So in the meantime, how are you all doing? Hope you're having a good Sunday so far. Happy Father's Day to any of you who may be celebrating that. I do need to call my own father a bit later today, probably after the stream. That is done. And then refresh that page to bring up the stream. Hello stream. And then, where is it? It's not even on the front page. Grr! Save. And then go back to details, open up the link. The fact you have to do all of this while live is just doubly frustrating. And then pop out chat. There we go. Whereas Twitch, you just go live and everything's working. It's great. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay, so there we go. That should now be up and running. Game is up and running. Chats are up and running. Except that Restream is now telling me everything's offline. Oh no, it's come back on again. Cool. I hope that things don't break. So, hello, my name is Modred Viking, and I'd like to welcome you to this stream of Hearts of Iron 4, where we are going to be playing, I think, Siam. So if we go to Asia, it's going to be that one. Just 4 years have passed since the Khan of Rastodon ended centuries of absolute monarchy. Siam takes its first steps on as a constitutional state, but unity has already begun to fray. Civilian reformists dream of democracy while the military demands strength, discipline, and pan-tide expansion. Hemmed in by the British and the French colonial powers, with an emboldened Japan advancing to the north, Siam must navigate carefully. The coming storm may force this young nation to choose a side, or find a way to survive without one. So we do have neutrality within the military wing and the civilian wings at the start. We're currently being led by Freya Farhon, and we are here in Siam. Historical focus is on. I'm just leaving everything as normal. Have I played this game before? Yes. I think you can say that I have, in fact, played Hearts of Iron previously. Not that I'm on the dev team or anything. Not everyone knows that, though. Sorry, it's just funny. Okay, so what are we doing? We are playing Siam. Now, we do need to make a decision about which path we want to go. Whether we want to go the democratic path, as we did yesterday, or just take it a little bit more slowly and talk more about what we're doing. And in fact, there are a couple of other options. If you go democratic, you don't have to join the Allies, as we did yesterday. You can actually, I think this is a really cool option, join the Chinese United Front and fight against the Japanese as a member of the Chinese coalition that's fighting. You can also do the Asian Democratic Compact, which I think is, yeah, creating your own faction and then doing your own thing down that way. We have the military control, which is the fascist path. Look to European fascism and then secure those things. You can do pantheism, which I... right, I couldn't do that one yesterday because I went to lay the bait as opposed to the midnight meeting. Midnight meeting is monarchist? Yes, the King's Gambit, Provincial Council Estate, Regency... And then eventually you have the king rising to power. To forge a king, you're basically choosing how to educate him. So he starts out the game as a 10-year-old. Once he hits 15, he will ascend the throne. So you basically want to try to get down here quickly so that you can start educating him quickly. And then if you do that path, you do have access to pantheism, which is expanding a little bit more in this region, which, ironically, we kind of ended up with anyway in the Allied game yesterday, because we took Indochina. And then Theban's premiership is the fascist path, which can also do pantheism. And then we have the two industrial paths. We've got the Asian Financial Compact, which is the rapid industrialization path. But that's only really possible if you're going to have a period of stability, as you saw me doing yesterday, where we'd stayed at disarmed nation for a very long time. And you can only really do that from a position of power. There is also the revision of unequal treaties, which is the agricultural focus as opposed to industrial focus, which gives you a much more stable economy, but it doesn't grow as quickly, is basically the quick way of explaining the two. This one also focuses more on resources. It does have factories, it's not completely without. It has pad thai, importantly. And it also has using ships as generators. If you put capital ships in a core state port, it reduces the amount of energy you're using. I love the fact that that's in. That's something that happened historically, by the way. It was the submarines rather than capital ships, but for balance reasons we made it capital ships. But yeah. Then we have the Army of Siam, where you can choose between artillery or special forces. You have a couple of different decisions about how you want to actually formulate your economy, whether you want short-term gains or long-term. Choices between tanks, which is what we did yesterday, where we got a bunch of motorized and light tanks, which worked quite well. Reluctant submission is basically... Right, when you go to war with somebody, you can choose submission, where you basically give territory and then you end the war, or you can stand the ground and actually try to fight them off. That's more aimed towards Japan, but for us, it was when we went to war with Germany, because at that point we were part of the Allies. And then the Thai Royal Navy, the Royal Thai Navy, is the naval stuff. You can either focus on building a fleet, or you can redistribute naval assets to more land stuff. It's actually kind of a choice I quite liked, because it allowed me to build up even more. G'day, you bloody boisterous berserker. Hello. Have I been studying any Thai in anticipation for this? I'm afraid I have not, no. So yes, there is no communist Siam, I'm afraid, coin trader, so we can't do that. So it's just fascist, monarchist, or democratic. And as you probably saw when I was doing yesterday, I actually really like the democratic path, playing as Siam. I think it's a lot of fun. But have I done fascist? I think I have done fascist. Yes, I've definitely done fascist. Because I went for the pantheism with fascism and then ended up going to war with Japan anyway, which is a little annoying, but I think we've tweaked how that bit worked. I haven't actually done monarchist before, so that would be something new. I have no idea how that path works. So I think the first choice will basically be what we do. Get research, we want to get construction, which I messed up yesterday. I will deal with the construction stuff later. Let's just go with guns for the time being. Let's go with convoys for the time being. Guns need to be assigned. Support equipment. Trucks need to be assigned. Artillery needs to be assigned. And AA needs to be assigned. So I want to make guns and actually have that assigned. I have a couple of unassigned divisions, which we will start training. And good. Oh yes, Air Force, thank you. We do want to disband the Air Force so I can sell those planes because they tend to be rather rubbish. Although the Siam starting with 112 planes has got to be among the 128 planes even, has got to be amongst the highest for any minor nation. That's really a lot. But yes, we will go ahead and sell those. And maybe we'll do something else with them later, I'm not sure. What's my favourite thing about Siam? Probably the democratic path. I think, honestly, my favourite thing is just that one focus with the National Savings Bond. I really like how this works. So the less manpower mobilization you have, the stronger your economy is, which means you actually kind of want to go backwards towards disarmed nation and just stay there for as long as you can. Which I did yesterday. And I think we were disarmed nation until like 1941 or something. Like, our economy just went brrrr. We had a stronger economy than Australia at the end of that game. I think the Netherlands have quite a few, and Canada. Yeah, true. There are definitely a few of them around who have quite a few. Oh, the water fit in that glass. Yes, it did. And I'm going to be absolutely scorching because, one, it's actually quite warm here in Sweden. Two, I had to shut my door, so I'm in my tiny little studio at the moment because I have my robot vacuum going on. I do have a fan active, so every now and then you may see the green screen flickering because at the moment it's kind of going brrrr. Right, so let's do a poll and decide which path we want to go. Do we want to have a proper playthrough of Democratic? Do we want to see what the monarchist is like? Or do we want to go fascist expansionist? Let's choose the other option. One other thing I should mention about the Democratic, just because I think this is a cool mechanic, is to lay the bait is the way that the Democrats basically overcomes, because you have the balance of power struggle between the civilian government and the military government. If either side gets too powerful, then the other side will start a civil war. So you're constantly trying to juggle the interests of both of these factions. And basically what the civilians do to get into power is they leak what's called the Yellow Dossier, which was this incredibly progressive reformist agenda, which they actually had no intention of following through on. This was just a bait. And the military latched onto this. And this happened historically, latched onto it and started going absolutely ballistic about you're changing the country. All of these, progressivism, and basically made themselves out to be complete arseholes. So then the public started leaning more and more towards the civilian government. And then they were actually able to push through the reforms and things that they wanted to, which were nowhere near as progressive and crazy as the actual Yellow Dossier was. So provoking an overreaction, that's exactly what it was. So, yeah, and then you can basically lay the bait, and then you have to try to secure your country as much as you can. If you go too early with springing the trap, so if you don't have over 80% public support, then you'll have a civil war anyway. But if you get over 80%, you can transition completely peacefully. So, yeah, it's an interesting path. Siam just does a lot of really cool things. Okay, so, poll. Let's get those in. So the poll is now active on Twitch. If you want to see the poll and you're currently watching on the UpTubs, you will need to go to this link here. And that should give you the poll. So, yeah, get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. What would you like to see? Really hate being sick. Happens so rarely for me, but being stuffed up and having sore sinus is not fun. On top of that, my neck is sore and sensitive at the moment. I don't think anyone really likes being sick. But I do hope you feel better soon, Faceless. At least it's happening before I have a release I'm looking forward to instead of during. That's good. Too much Colombian marching powder and headbanging at heavy concerts. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Gonna try Australia again today, struggling with a bad migraine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's interesting. If you have headaches, for some people, paracetamol is the better anti-headache thing. And for some people, ibuprofen is... Because I used to be, when I got really bad headaches, I'd take paracetamol and it barely did anything. And then someone suggested, just try ibuprofen instead, and gone. So, yeah, if one of those meds doesn't seem to be working very well, try the other one. Different people have a different response. Tough choice, but I feel we saw Democratic in yesterday's multiplayer. Yeah, but as I'm always aware of, during the multiplayer games, I don't really have a chance to talk about what I'm doing and why. It's just kind of click, 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 click. You don't really get much of the narrative of the storyline. Alright, so the votes are almost in, and big swing right at the end there. So in last place, we have the fascists with 10% of the vote. In second place, and these are remarkably straightforward numbers, we've got monarchists with 40%, which does ultimately mean that thanks to a very last-minute swing there, we have got the Democrats coming out on top. So we are going to go Democratic this time. And in the best traditions of democracy, That vote was entirely purchased. They would actually have come last. Oh, that's hilarious. Hat from Huntington. Thank you very much for the 19,000 channel point contribution. I much appreciate that. Perfectly bought democratic election. Yeah, that was a good one. I like that. Alright, so we are going to go democratic. So we'll enable the Carnarastodon, which will add the military and civilian wings. And then from then on, we need to start trying to balance the interests of the military and the civilians. The People's Party ended in absolutism and opened the path to constitutional government. Its legacy has been contested, betrayed, and bloodied, but it remains the foundation upon which a modern Siam can be built. So that takes just 7 days. Nice and quick. The next thing I want to do is set up my infrastructure. I probably don't want to be focusing on infrastructure as long as I did yesterday. That was kind of crazy. Going to get the resources first. In fact, you should probably be there. And then we'll go for the floors. And that's our entire country decided. And then we're going to go here. We're going to type in infra. And we're basically going to see where we get free infrastructure. And we're going to reduce those from our allocations. Like here, Eastern Siam gets 2. That's just construction speed. That's just construction speed. And then we will ultimately need to decide on whether we want to go industrial or agricultural. Bangkok and Central Siam. 1 each. If we go Rice Company, we get 2 with Central Siam. Whereas if we go this path, then we get Bangkok gets 2. But only if you go with the UK. You actually get military factories if you support Japan. That's interesting. Hadn't actually noticed that. By the time we got to this, I think we're already at war with Japan. So Bangkok can actually get up to 3. Central Siam. If we go Rice Company, do we want to make this decision now? Because we're not locked into it. We can do these, and then after that we get those. Requires one of the following: Asian Financial Compact revision. So yeah, we can do either after these. So I'm not going to decide right now. We'll just leave the construction as it is. Although I'm building Bangkok now. Which will only matter if we go down this path. So we basically just don't want British support. Although, if we go with Britain, we do get the 5% faster civilian factory construction. I do feel like going pro-Japan, though, is just asking for trouble. Because we're going to be at war with Japan regardless. Because either we join the Allies, or we join China, or we make our own democratic faction. All of which piss Japan off. So I think that we basically need to be banking on the fact that we're going to be getting that Bangkok infrastructure for free. So I'm just going to go ahead and cancel you. So we're actually going to be developing Southern Siam from the start. Okay. And maybe Central Siam gets 2 for free, but it's the very last thing that we're going to develop, so that's fine. Cool. I think we are about ready to unpause. Would I be joining CoPro if you're going democratic? I don't think you can. Okay. We are going down democratic Siam, yes. So we've got troops, training... Troops are just regular infantry with no further upgrades. And something I didn't actually do yesterday. So I know that we have the infantry tank designer. which is good for tough tanks. Escort shipbuilders, light aircraft designer, then infantry, artillery, and automotive manufacturers. We don't have a huge number of MIOs. Alright, onwards! Right, I totally forgot to enable you. Alright, Karna Rastodon is done, so we have now got the military wing and the civilian wing here available. So if we strengthen the civilian wing position, these are not mutually exclusive, you can do some of both, but ultimately we will want to end up going down this path. So if we want to strengthen the civilian wing, this will give our slight support. Daily political power goes up, civilian factory construction speed goes up, but we lose war support and military factory construction speed. Pretty loses Minister of Foreign Affairs and becomes Minister of the Interior, who does start giving us daily democracy support, infrastructure, and civilian factory construction speed. Both of those are quite good. Anti-fascist raids will now increase the civilian wing's approval and reduce the military wing's approval. That's interesting. I was looking for that tooltip yesterday, and I completely overlooked it. Whereas if we go this way, anti-democratic raids will now raise the military wing's approval. And if we go military, recruitable population goes up, military factory construction speed goes up, stability and civilian factory construction speed go down. So I think that we're going to start out strengthening the civilian wing, as we want to go democratic ultimately anyway. We are currently 20% fascist and 80% non-aligned. Leader of the 1932 revolution, political power gain, trade law cost, economy law cost. But not mobilization. Sultan of Divorces submits to Italian demands. Okay, so we can get the Thammasat University, 70 days, immediately gets us a research slot. But I think what we want to start doing is messing with the military. So if we go this way, we get full support with the civilian wing. The military wing then becomes rebellious. Get this one, we get research bonus for electronics, civil service heroism. Electronics includes research speed, computing. So we might want to try to get that after we've started mechanical computing, so we can put it towards computing machine. Or we can go straight away for the military one, which will make both sides neutral again. Will also give us that military factory. This one redirects military funds, which will make the military rebellious. Civilian consumer goods goes down, factory output goes down, infrastructure goes way up, military construction goes down, civilian factory goes up. We'll want that for the infrastructure. Also, by the time we get down here, secure the states, we either need to be more than 60% support for Karna Rastodon, over 50% stability, which is actually quite hard to get, and the military to not be rebellious, or we need the Royal Police, Sangsrudet's military clique, and 30% stability. That's these two. But I think for now we're going to go ahead and do we want to do this? So there is another thing that you should be aware of. And that is, if you do get the military wing to become rebellious, you have a timer of like 130, no, it's more than that, it's like 150 days before the Civil War kicks off. And in that time, you can continue supporting the civilian wing, and the military can't do squat about it. So this is a good way of getting quite deep into the civilian wing before anything bad kicks off. But then all you need to do is do one military thing, and then they're supportive again. But I think for now we're going to try to maintain the neutrality. Do we want to do that? Let's go for the research slot. Or we can say sod it to all of that and start going for the industrialization. Except for the fact that I do think that we want to have democracy starting to rise, because the higher the democracy is, the more support we get. So this is important for labour bait. So we will leak a fabricated economic plan to antagonise the military. That was the yellow dossier I was talking about. The longer we delay and spring the trap, the greater the backlash against the military and the stronger our support will grow. So currently we have 0% support. Every time the military criticises the fake draft and support the civil war will increase, up to a maximum of 75%. An additional 25% of war support can be gained from total democratic support, scaled from 0 to 100. So the more democratic we are, the more of that secondary bonus we have. And if we wait as long as we possibly can before springing the trap and have the democratic support, that's how we get over the 80% support we need to avoid the civil war entirely. If we get down to this really quickly, then we just have that civilian speed for longer. Decisions. I don't usually get much decision paralysis, but I'm feeling it right now. Support for Khana Rastodon is democratic support. Solid. Let's start with this. Thammasat has a newly established university, could and should be expanded upon to pave way for a new age of Thai innovation. Alright, let's get that research going. And then yes, I think we are going to push heavily for the civilian support, especially while we have so few factories. It doesn't really matter if they have the extra construction speed. Turkey remilitarizes. Yesterday managed to do it bloodless without trying. If you're going to try and end it without bloodshed, you will have a rebellion. Well, I mean, I was trying to do it without rebellion, but I hadn't really taken the time to look through how everything works. It's kind of like, that one balances, that one balances. Because at one point we were 8 days away from a rebellion. I do remember that. There's mechanical computing. So now we can get the civil service one. So we want to do True Heirs of 1932 and then civil service heroism. Which is good, because that leads down to this. Okay, so we have the university. Let's do the True Heirs. So this will make the military rebellious. The military likes to frame the revolution of 1932 as their sole achievement, brushing away the fact that it was a victory for the people. The people only need to be reminded of that fact, and from them we shall gather strength. So this is going to make the military very rebellious. Also, I just noticed if we have full civilian support, we gain compliance, which is interesting. Let's go basic machine tools. Okay, Second London Naval Treaty has been signed. That is not relevant to us. We do have political power to assign somebody. Now, the mistake I made yesterday was not getting the Democrats really early on. We want to get the Democrats really early on. Now, I know that Pretty Banomyong is really good. Daily political political power gain, daily democratic. He does increase infrastructure and civilian factory construction speed. However, Josiah Crosby is more democracy support, research speed, and political power gain. Democratic Ambassador is a flat daily political power gain. Improved relations, opinion, and democracy support. All of these will piss off the military, which is a little bit dangerous. Oh, and there's Plague Phoebun Sumkram, the historical leader. I think I'm just going to wait. Or we could do an industrial concern, except for the fact that I really want the Siam Cement Group for that even more infrastructure construction speed, which I forgot to remove yesterday. I didn't switch them out. I could have, because I was drowning in political power for most of that game. Bolivian Socialist Revolution has been done. Okay, the True Heirs have been established. We now have the military planning to oust the government, which is in 150 days. So we're immediately going to go with civil service heroism, which isn't going to have any further negative impact. Every time must be instilled with an inherent duty to protect the rule of law. Should any power, foreign or domestic, try and seize that power for themselves, not only do we need the support of the people should someone try to take our liberties away, but we need the people to act as standard bearers themselves. And we are going to grab Pretty, who now, no penalty. It's just if you fire him, then the civilian support goes down, but it does not increase military support. So we're going to try and ram through as many things as we can in the short period. Oh yeah, compliance. Do we actually have any occupations we don't? That's fine. You guys have finished training. Nice. Now we have to keep an eye on this because we do not want this to kick off. That would be bad. That's what I meant. Flying by the seat of your pants and succeeded. Now you're trying with it with forethought and you'll fail. Stream of luck. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, so we can do this. Civil service heroism gives us research bonus for industry. And will give us even more research speed, political advisor cost reduction, and democracy support. All of those would be very nice to have. Then the one that we really, really want is to get down to Defenders of Constitutional Liberty. This takes 70 days total. This one is a 35-day. Okay. Academics harbour within them the future direction of Siam. What they learn today will echo into the future, and by ingraining the scholars of today with a strong sense of democratic duty, we might spread it beyond the confines of scholarly halls. So this is 35 days. The next one we want to do is 35, which is 100 days. Then we want to do this to reset the Civil War, which is 105 days. Yes, we can do that with 10 days spare. Ethiopia has capitulated. Nationalist civil war. Now, I did notice that we could actually try to join that civil war. Where was it? Was it a military focus? I did see yesterday there was something to do with volunteers. Here. So if we drummed up irredentalism, send volunteer tension limit -100, max volunteer force divisions +2, justify war goal -25, and gain fascism. But I don't think we need to worry too much about that. Okay, also, what are the restrictions for non-aligned sending volunteers? Well, tension needs to be at 40, but the tension limit goes away. We would still need the 30 divisions. Which ain't going to happen. Okay, new technology. This is going to be construction 2. So now, in fact, we do want the industrial boost, which we're going to get from this. Okay, Defenders of Constitutional Liberty. Oh, Division Defense on Core +15. Nice. Teachers, bankers, nurses, the educated middle strata can be galvanized and mobilized to defend liberty should the military wing go too far. We're still on schedule. And we can get another advisor. We need 120, which we're actually really close to getting. And we're going to try to sneak in another Democrat, another civilian supporter. Just stacking things as hard as we can right now. So the Democratic ambassador... No, I think we want the ambassador to the UK, because he also gives us research speed and political power gain. There we go. Already, this is going way better than yesterday. Yesterday I was so all over the place. And I think we're also going to be able to start on the industrial tree way earlier. So now we have 46 days in which to complete a 35-day focus. This will drop the military wing from rebellious back to an opposition, which then nullifies the civil war. And every time you nullify it, that counter starts from scratch. So if we nullify it and then trigger them again, it's back to being 150 days. The last century has seen the powers of the world encroaching on the Siamese territorial integrity, and this century seems to be no different. We must act decisively if we are to preserve our way of life, lest we be left in a rump state, crippled, divided, and torn apart. And do we have a surplus of guns? Not quite. I'm actually very close, then we can start exporting guns. Because I don't yet need an army. Although I do need to be aware of the fact that I'm not going to have an India to bail us out should things go wrong. Now, this is where I did make a mistake, because we're going to use the 35% boost from one of these instead of this. I mean, I don't really care that much about industry right now, so we could actually start researching some other stuff. Like tanks. No, you know what I really want earlier this time? Trucks, because we really messed up on that last time, so let's get trucks now. Now let's see if you can avoid screwing up your military strategy and doctrines. Yeah. I think that this time around, I am again going to go with light tanks and motorized. It just seems to work really well for Siam. But I probably won't try to get a full force of 24. I will transition to motorized from the start. Consolidate military wing control has been done. And with that, no civil war. Avoided. Skillfully. Masterfully. However, if we do another one of these, then we'll trigger them again. So we do need to be aware of that. Civil nationalism would give us civilian factory and change the popularity of democracy. However, and this is another little mechanic thing, early on, the daily change of democracy modifiers is weighted by a drift. So basically, the bigger the support of democracy, the smaller those modifiers will get. So actually what I want to do is use these modifiers at their maximum potential for as long as I can, and then get the fixed change in popularity of democracy, because I'll have a bigger impact at that point, versus just letting it increase naturally. So we're not going to take these immediately. We're actually going to start working on the industrialization, because we can. For generations, the wealth of Siam has rested in the rice fields and rural villages, yet the modern world is shaped not by the plough, but by the factory and the machine. If we are to preserve our independence amongst the great powers, we must transform our agrarian kingdom into an industrial nation. So my goal here is to make the trucks. We're going to start selling guns, and they'll immediately go, because we're doing this super early, which is again something I did not do yesterday. And then we're going to stockpile 1,000 trucks, if we decide to go this path, so that I can get the mechanization, because this one requires 1,000 trucks in the stockpile. And then we're motorizing. So hopefully we can do all of that before Japan becomes a threat. Given the terrain around here, would rushing unit speed be a good early template, like scout cars and the like? Yes, though we have no bonus to scout cars. We don't have armored car MIOs. But we do have really good tanks. Like, our light tanks are phenomenal. Especially when we get things like jungle armor, which boosts all tank divisions by attack and movement in jungle. And mountain tanks, which boosts all tanks in mountain. Plus we can do unconventional tank construction to get cheaper tanks, and tankettes to get cheaper tanks. Light tanks, specifically. The Chinese United Front forms. So we can just get regular tanks. I'm not 100% sure what the conventional tank studies does. Because the infantry tank designer is all tanks. Light, medium, and heavy. Doesn't matter. And we do have chromium, which means we can do heavy tanks. We also have tungsten, which means we can do medium tanks. However, we would then not benefit from the cost reduction from tankettes. Unless we use light tanks as like recon, and then like heavy tanks as the main armor. We can do that. In which case, do we really want to go motorized? Mechanized at that point would be better. But mechanized you can't really start doing until 1940. Unless you go ahead of time. But we do have a truck ahead of time somewhere. Alright, mechanization of agriculture gives you ahead of time in trucks. Or a research bonus. So we could blitz down here, get the 1,000 trucks, which we'll need for things like logistics companies anyway, and then go mechanized with medium or heavy tanks. At that point, may as well go heavy SPG or heavy TDs. Do heavy tank destroyers still require less tanks per battalion? I wonder if that was legitimately just a typo. I think that they'll be too expensive for our limited economy, though. Like, yes, our economy scales like crazy, but it didn't really come online until 1943 yesterday. Now, I think I can make that earlier this time around, but it's still going to be quite late. And, again, we have no India to bail us out, so the threat against Siam from Indochina is going to be significantly higher, especially as we're probably going to have less divisions in the field, because I'm selling all of our guns, which I'm sure will have no negative repercussions whatsoever. Alright, so Asian Financial Compact, military factories, research bonus for infantry weapons, and this will make our military wing neutral. Or revision of the unequal treaties, which gives us a civilian factory and a year of reduced consumer goods. I'm actually kind of leaning towards the Asian Financial Compact. Because one thing that we did not do yesterday is it is actually possible to... Which one was it? Achieve domestic legitimacy. Carnarastodon system will be disabled. The military will be permanently neutered, and any negative spirits that were active will be permanently removed, while the positive ones kept. So if we can get full support, I have no idea if this is even possible, of the military and civilian by the time we do this, because this requires full support. Oh no, only one of the following must be true, not all of them. So as long as we have less than 10% support for fascist or more than 70% stability. Although 70% stability is really freaking difficult to get. Then this will automatically become full civilian support. Every civilian wing spirit will swap to civilian wing full support permanently. So if I can get into this with less than 10% support for fascist and full support military, I can get the best of both possible worlds. So I think I'm going to do this one just so we can get to the military wing neutral. So this doesn't impact the civilian wing at all. European capital still dominates much of Asian trade, leaving our economy exposed to foreign pressure. By seeking closer financial arrangements with our neighbours, we can widen our access to credit, markets and investments without surrendering our own independence. Heavy tanks suffer in rough terrain. True, but bear in mind that this is specifically all tank divisions. Not just light tank divisions, all tank divisions, unlike the Australian modifier, which I totally copied the Thai one, which is... Oh, you mean... Oh no, it's there. Just jungle heavy tanks, specifically heavy, super heavy, or modern tanks. Get that modifier. Because in Australian doctrine, they wanted heavy tanks, and they would literally just go through jungles. The Australians didn't want Shermans, for example, because they were too light. They wouldn't drive over trees. Whereas Matildas and Churchills absolutely would. They experimented with the Stuarts and didn't like them very much. They were too light. with the former doctrine of driving around trees, and then they were like, nah, just drive straight through them. Okay, so we have the 50% reduction. This is now done in less than a year, even though it's a year ahead of time. Action. The Aussies did love the Matilda. They really did. They came to really like that tank during the fighting in Libya, and then after the North Africa campaign ended, the Matilda was basically obsolete, and the Aussies were like, oh, just give them to us, we'll use them. And they used them really aggressively in the desert. Where the Matilda's tiny little gun didn't really matter because Japanese tank armor was paper thin. And they just couldn't damage the Matildas. The armor was too thick. So really, best of both possible worlds. Okay, so Democratic Ambassador. This will, again, increase our civilian support to full. But again, this does not piss off the military wing. So we are now maximizing our democratic support. We're already at 25%, which is great. Alright. So we can get some extra infrastructure. An extra factory, or extra factories. This one's good if you're a limited or closed economy, which we're not, and I don't really intend to be. This guy is a minus 15% consumer goods factories and a 3% construction. But trade deal opinion factor goes down. Yeah. But really the decision point now is Bank of Siam versus the Thai Rice Company. So Bank of Siam gives consumer goods, civilian factory, sending bureaucrats abroad. Is that choice between the UK or Japan? So we can either get political power and research or army experience and mastery gain. Civilian factory, consumer goods, supply hub, construction speed, or military factory, dockyard, construction speed. Oh, the Japanese increases consumer goods, the British decrease. So far I think this is 2 for 2 for the British. And then this one we've already decided is going to be pro-British. So this is entirely pro-British. National Savings Board, bond rather, which is phenomenal. Especially if you're maintaining a small army, not very manpower intensive one. If you're going like infantry blocks, then this is probably bad and you want to go down this way. Because you can't get rid of this. So if you do at any point become scraping the barrel, in addition to the penalties that you normally get from scraping the barrel, you will also have minus 35 construction speed, minus 35 factory output, and minus 35 dockyard output. It's gonna sting. Deficit spending, construction speed goes up, factory energy consumption goes up, and then we get debt repayment, which is reduction to construction speed for 3 years. So we do kind of want to blitz through this as quickly as possible if we do go this path. A year ahead of time penalty reduction for industry. Might be able to use that on construction speed again. Infrastructure and building slots. Off-map stuff if we are friendly with those 4 nations. So again, do that early before we go to war. This is the 1,000 truck one that we saw previously. Construction speed throughout Siam plus an extra building slot. Trade deal, civilian factory construction speed. This makes Bangkok a megalopolis. And gives us 5 building slots and 3 factories. Increase in manpower in Bangkok, decrease in manpower everywhere else. This one gives us a bunch of civilian factories, but also the public credit debt, which you can pay off, which I forgot to do for a long time, but it can be done. Textile mills, just factories, and then ultimately the modern economy if you have more than 50 factories, which is it's a timed bonus, so it's not permanent, but 1 year of huge upgrades. However, if you go with the Thai rice, you gain infrastructure in central Siam, industrial research speed. No, this is the industrial concern. Research speed and construction speed. That's actually really nice. You gain military factory construction speed and resources to market reduced. Consumer tax reduction, which grants... So this gives us 20% consumer goods penalty, but reduces the consumer goods from agricultural tax reduction by 1% a month, and increases stability by 1.3 a month until the consumer goods reaches 0. So you'll effectively get 20 months of stability increase. So you'll actually get like 25 stability or something, which would gel quite well with the democratic path. So we need stability that way. That's another 5 stability, political power, and war support. War support's another thing we do struggle with. Add 2 off-map military factories, an additional 2 up military factories when go to war. Add production of 8 steel and random core states when going to war. And production efficiency base goes up. That's quite nice. That means you can switch productions more easily. Production efficiency output, stockyard output, resource gain efficiency. Military wing goes into opposition, however. Rice exports is just a bunch of bonuses. 40,000 extra manpower. Contingency funds. 8 consumer goods will gain a contingency fund during peacetime. While gathering this fund will gain a moderate amount of consumer goods factor. During war, we can release this fund should we choose, gaining a large production bonus. How long the fund lasts depends on how long we gathered the fund before releasing it. So again, this is one you want to do early. This will piss off the military, though. No! This actually is pro-military. Prepare for the next blockade. Convoy speed while retreating. Weekly war support sunk convoys. You're basically immune to convoys being sunk. That's quite nice. Domestic arms industry, military factory, construction speed, production efficiency. I mean, that's better if you're being blockaded. I guess Japan would be blockading us. At least until the US joins the war. Fuel Oil Act. Political advisor with resource gain efficiency. Fuel per oil 15%. Refinery construction speed, fuel speed. You gain fuel silos and a bunch of research bonuses. Another research bonus ahead of time for electronics. A bunch of resources and resource gain efficiency. And coal. Factory energy consumption goes down. And we were buying a lot of coal yesterday. And then this is the electrical generators I was talking about yesterday. And earlier today. Recruitable pop. Oh no, that's not it. That gives you... upgrades the MIOs and gives you 3 mils. 10% cheaper infantry equipment. And production efficiency base goes up even higher. Built to withstand every flame. Surrender limit, population factor, static AA. Supply consumption, fort. Compliance, coastal fort. So this definitely feels like the more aggressive path. So if you're going fascist or monarchist, you probably want to go this way. I feel like democratic just naturally works best with the Bank of Siam. Except for that stability modifier, which is an interesting one. But this is another poll. So do we want to go with the Bank of Siam, just the raw industrial output? Or do we want to go with the Thai Rice Company for the more resilient economy, if we're expecting to be in conflict early? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Matildas around the 2-pounders. Churchills could take the 6-pounder. Churchill Mark 1 at the 2-pounder in the turret and 75mm mortar in the hull. Did they? Huh. Really cool thing about the 2-pounder and the Matilda and the Churchill was purposely designed to be shoulder aimed, as it could be more easily aimed while at low speeds than tanks. At the low speeds, the tanks would move then by attaching it to the gear drive. So you could pretty easily chunder along at 14 miles an hour, slinging shots dead on target, while the Panzer IIIs had to come to a stop for a good trip. Oh. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. We're about halfway. And while that is loading along, we've got Sergeant Steel 76, Pericol, and Marionette coming in with new follows. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. We've also got Antichrist coming in with a 7-stream streak, and Hat von Hattington with a 75-stream streak. Very impressive. And I did notice, just as I went offline yesterday, Lord Greystroke came in with a 82-month resubscription. Thank you very much for that. And Poet, I remember I read your notice, don't want any ad breaks today, but I didn't recognise that was a Prime sub coming in with a 50-month resub. Thank you for that yesterday. And Nathan Helbrun also came in with a follow after the stream ended. Is living in Sweden a great idea or something? You're moving to Sweden. Where would you recommend I move to in Sweden? Oh, Sweden's amazing. It's pretty high cost of living. I would definitely recommend you have a job lined up before you move here. Especially as the rules for citizenship and residency have significantly gone up in the last month. Thanks to the right-wing government and the anti-migrant policies. But yeah, Sweden is awesome. As to where to live, I mean, I really like Stockholm, but it's expensive. It's very expensive. Okay, so the votes are in. The Thai Rice Company came in second place and also in last with 38% of the vote, meaning the Bank of Siam came in with 62% of the vote, and Jabo contributed 3,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that, Jabo. We are going to go Bank of Siam. So let's get that one going. And this is going to give us access to the Bank of Siam, which is civilian factory construction speed and consumer goods factories factor. Although, yeah, we want to do this, then we want the cement factory so I can get that infrastructure construction speed buff. But we can do that once we've done this. Cool. Industrial growth cannot proceed on custom and private favour alone. A stronger national bank will give the state greater command over credit, currency and circulation of capital. I think we really don't appreciate just how solid of a design the Matilda 2 was. As an interwar tank when no one was really expecting it to have to fight other tanks. Was it really interwar? I thought it was like 36 design. In service from 39. That's not interwar. Design specification started in 36. So late. It was in the run-up to war. What about the Mark 1? Mark 1 was banned in 1940, and from then Mark 2 was simply known as the Matilda. The only British tank to serve from the start of the war to the end. Only 2 were in service at the outbreak of war. So yeah, I don't think we can really call the Matilda 2 an interwar. Lady Magnus, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Happy partner anniversary. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, I was going to try to look up when exactly I became a partner. Because I couldn't see that on Twitch. It's not in any of the notifications. Because I think it's like 8 years ago, but I might be wrong. This might literally be the 10th anniversary. Because YouTube 10th anniversary was... No, I was not a partner within 6 months' time on YouTube. Not a chance. This has got to be like the 8-year anniversary. Wonder if I have a notification on Twitch. Twitch on my email. Not easily. Because if we're talking 8 years ago, that would be 2018. Unfortunately, searching for Twitch partner is finding Twitch and partner. The other place I could check for this would be Facebook, because I think I announced it there. I'm pretty sure I used an image, so if I look back at the old pictures on Facebook. Aha! 2019. So it was the 21st of June, which is in fact today. 7 years ago. So, 7th anniversary. I was almost right. Does Paradox have a massive historical archive of documents to get information from? No. Journals, like I have a very active JSTOR journal archive subscription. I think it was around 8 years ago I remember joining the U4MP games. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been running multiplayer games and things like that. The Twitch channel did start, I think, 10 years ago now. Because YouTube started 10 years ago from December, just gone. Didn't really get started until January. So this really is like the 10th year. And I know I started on Twitch later. I started on Twitch during the apocalypse. Started hosting and playing, then switched to hosting and casting and spectating. Yeah, exactly. I still to this day prefer casting. Although recently I've been getting back into just playing multiplayer. But I think that's because... how to put this nicely? I'm a lot more careful about who I play with. Though not quite so many tryhards, which is one thing that really turned me off from doing things like multiplayer Hearts-of-Iron in particular. I don't like competitive multiplayer Paradox games. But playing with the other YouTubers and streamers back in the day, those were highlights. Those were a lot of fun. But I do want to actually do another Hearts of Iron open game at some point. I know that there is a couple more multiplayer fixes coming in 19.2, so I'll probably wait after that. But already, the Hoi 4 is super stable. Like, we had major concerns doing the Thunder out of gates before release when we did the 10th anniversary. And I know that our programmers spent a solid 2 weeks trying to fix all of the out of syncs and crashes. And at the end of that, we had 1 out of sync and 1 crash in 7 hours, which was phenomenal. That is absolutely down to the hard work of the programming team. What am I waiting for at the moment? Bank of Siam and selling guns. Yep, gotta keep selling them guns. Alright, so we got the trucks. Now, I want to actually start producing trucks about 5 years earlier than we did yesterday. And I think I might also start on the old artillery and support equipment now too. So maybe we do this. And we want the truck upgrades. Production costs I don't particularly care about. Reliability I do because I don't want to do replacements. God, actually is that true? Because by the time we're at war and have to do replacements, my truck production is usually so strong that I have a huge surplus. So maybe... sorry, let's go cheap. Let's just outproduce the reliability problems. Try something different. Okay, so we've got the Bank of Siam. Next up, I want to do one of these so that we can get the Siam cement group as soon as possible. Meanwhile, our democratic support is still rising. We're at 32. Kana Rastodon needs to be at what? Okay, so we can already lay the bait. Which we want to do so that we can start preparing the trap. And this doesn't negatively affect our supporters. And neither of these affect the supporters either. These ones will. That's okay. The yellow dossier calls for economic reform, but the military will call it communist. By leaking a forged radical draft first, we can provoke their outrage, then discredit them when the real, milder version is then released. I love this political wrangling. 33% ahead of time. That is still more than a year. So I think I will hold off. I will, however, start developing tanks, because we are going to use those. And I think I'm also going to improve our artillery. High velocity cannon, heavy cannon, anti-tank cannon, coaxial. Improve small cannon. Oh! Small cannons are actually in artillery units. Medium cannon, coaxial, medium, assault gun. Where's the autoloader? Automatic cannon. It's actually AA. Improved automatic cannon. The automatic cannons tend to be better soft attack. Although we could also go with howitzers, though they tend to make the tanks a lot more expensive. Then we have cost reduction, so expense doesn't matter so much. Xinjiang took 2 states, Khotan Ma was the next. I do think I want a chief of army, but I think I'm going to wait for Friar Song Suradet. Because he's really good. Like, really good. Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War, so that has expanded. Okay, let's go ahead and start generating experience. Because we're still a ways away from the cement factory. Public rebuke. The dispute has left the committee room. A newspaper widely regarded as military proxy has printed a full denunciation of the yellow dossier. And so it begins. Presenting it as an alien program dressed in patriotic language, its editors warn that the proposal places class grievances above national unity, weakens confidence in established institutions, and encourages dangerous expectations amongst the workers and peasants. By the afternoon, the article is being repeated in barracks, offices, and tea houses alike, and what had been an internal argument is now public controversy. So this does kill our stability, but support is rising, and the bait has been laid. Okay. So now on this side, we just wait. So let's start on these. Do we want the building slots and infrastructure? Do we want the civilian factory construction speed and consumer goods reduction? Or do we want the political advisor cost reduction, an even bigger one, and research speed? Although honestly the 7% extra land mastery would also be super nice, but 6% research speed's a lot. Oh, this one requires the development cooperative, so we'll do that. Private capital is cautious, and the state cannot build everything alone. A national development cooperative will allow officials, merchants, and landholders to pool resources for projects that serve the common economy. However, this is 35 days. We need 150 political power to bring in this. That's 70 days. I'm wondering if instead we go for the renegotiate the teak control first. I think we will. Our northern forests enrich concessionaries while too little returns to the state. By renegotiating the teak control, we can reclaim revenue, regulate extraction, and ensure Siamese timber serve Siamese development. Yes. Let's get the factories going first. Because everything's a snowball. We have so little war support, we're not going to be able to mobilise for quite a long time. But we've done all of this by 1937. I feel like yesterday we would have been like 1939 at this stage. So I feel like we've done significantly better. Okay, seat control has been renegotiated. So now we're going to do the development. Private capital is cautious, and the state cannot build everything alone. A national development cooperative will allow officials, merchants, and landholders to pool resources for projects that serve the common economy. The army objects. In a private meeting of ministers and senior officers, a military representative has developed a stern critique of the Yellow Dossier proposal. He argues its authors speak too freely of state direction, redistribution, and social obligation, while giving too little regard to discipline, property, and the burdens that would fall upon the officer corps in the countryside. In his view, the Kingdom of Siam cannot be remade through theories drafted on paper, while the world grows more dangerous by the month. 24% support, 1% stability. We're down to 10% stability, however. But I don't think there's any penalty for having low stability, because it's all being controlled by this. Okay, development cooperative is done. The Siamese Development Cooperative has given the state a new instrument for national improvement, but ambition still outruns domestic capital. Railways, workshops, and electrical works demand outside finance if they are to rise with any speed. Now, two paths stand before us. British investment offers access to established markets, experienced firms, and financial prestige of London. Japanese investment promises closer industrial partnership with a rising Asian power eager to expand its influence. Either course may hasten development, though neither will come without obligations. So this one we decided we wanted the infrastructure and building slots. This has changed. This is now Isan and Bangkok. Not just double Bangkok. So Isan goes down 1, Bangkok gains 1. Let's actually have you built first. And now we can do the cement group. Founded under rail patronage. The Siam Cement Group stands as one of the Kingdom of Siam's most significant industrial enterprises, with targeted investment and government backing. The company can be transformed from a domestic supplier into a cornerstone of our broader industrial capacity, laying the foundations, quite literally, for the nation's future. And we can sell some more guns, so I think I will. Keep that IC flowing. Right. Not yet. Soon. We do, however, want better guns. A public rebuke. The dispute has left the committee room. A newspaper widely regarded as a military proxy has issued a full denunciation. We've read this one already. Citizen inspects. Amelia Earhart circumnavigates. And the war in China has begun. Marco Polo Bridge. Oh, this one costs 120. Indio Maringio takes over in Paraguay, and there's the cement group. So we're going to go ahead and grab the cement group right now. When in doubt, brewery. No, I think we should go for the National Savings Bond, don't you? Yes. The wealth of the nation must not lie idle in strong boxes and ornaments while roads and factories go unbuilt. A National Savings Bond will turn private thrift into public investment. Meanwhile, how's the support looking? We're at 32.9. We would need 50% support of Kana Rastodon before we can trigger the next stage anyway. But you can see that our daily change has gone from plus 17 to plus 0.6. 0.6. So it's gone down quite a lot as the democracy support has risen. Public rebuke. We have seen this one already. Chahar has already capitulated, but I think that's the first area to be attacked. Into more tanks. Done. Let's go for the 34s. And Kaisarai is ready for an upgrade. Now we want to try to go down this central line as quickly as possible because this is where the production efficiency buffs are. So let's go ahead and increase its armor. Wait, I sold trains, not guns. Shoot. You're right. Good catch. Well, in Siam, we shoot trains at people. Which is a good point, because at some point we should also do this one. It's going to cost me 5 stability. We're already super low on stability, so I don't think that really matters. So let's go ahead and trigger that one. And we'll get the 15 trains for free, which should cover our needs for a pretty long time. Theban denounces the dossier. Theban has entered the quarrel openly and with unmistakable force. Speaking before supporters and officers, he condemns the Yellow Dossier as communist in substance, whatever language his defenders may prefer. He declares that any program which elevates the state above poverty, promises sweeping social transformation and stirs agitation amongst the lower classes, carries the red poison into the kingdom of Siam by another name. They're all falling for it. Marx. Deficit spending. Yes. Massive increase to construction speed. Slight increase to factory energy consumption while we're not really consuming much energy. And then we have 3 years of repaying that. But that's okay. I'd rather get that started early. Orthodox bookkeeping will not build a modern economy in time to meet a dangerous world. The state must be willing to spend ahead of current revenues, using public works and procurement to force industrial growth into motion. Also, we have sufficient political power to now go to disarm our army. Oh, this puts the military wing into opposition. Interesting. These change it too. That's fine. Now that's less than a year. Construction 3, let's go! And this is the Army Ordnance. I'd like that soft attack and reliability, please and thank you. I would also like to continue selling guns. Lovely. And speaking of guns, let's make the new ones. But now we have a 20% construction speed buff. And this is where our economy goes brrrr. France and Britain announced the alliance. Good. October 37. Computing machine. That's still way too far ahead of time. Now we can start working on these. We absolutely need to get our productivity up. Now that that's beginning to matter a bit more. Started on that way later than I'd usually like to. Public rebuke. Support is now at 57. Are there any more of these things I'm waiting for right now? I don't think so. War support so low, we're not going to be able to achieve any of those anytime soon. So I think what I might actually do is improved worker conditions. Okay, so this requires full support of the civilian wing. Once that's done, then we can start playing with their support a bit and bringing the military up to scratch. Then we'll do Military Oversight Bureau. Getting 50% stability is going to be so difficult. At that point, we basically have to do these. Which will put the military into opposition. So what we probably want to do... Oh, that gives fascism. Don't really want that. When the civilian technocrats are just better. Military parades makes plague Stevenson Crown better. 12% stability, though, is not to be sniffed at. Core gain efficiency would also be nice. This one does increase military support. So I think once the deficit spending is done, we're going to embed technocrats and get ready for drum up irredentalism. And we could just spend a bunch of political power mobilizing again if we want that military support. Because we generate a lot of political power, that is not a problem. Okay, deficit spending is done, so let's go ahead and embed the technocrats in the civilian institutions. We can form alliances with technocrats and the government, using them as an extension of the civilian wing's arm to reach further and counter military influence. What am I doing for trucks? We have 77. Okay, we're a long way away. Eben denounces the dossier again. The other thing I want to do is make sure that these are all ticked on. Now we have loads of political power again. I'm kind of tempted to just store that up in case of emergency. Ah, this will reduce civilian support, which we don't want to do, but we can hold that one in reserve just in case. We have no coup risk. Military wing is still neutral. So the People's Day will put them into opposition. Oh, and this supports the military without civilian getting angry. Cool. So I think what we do is we do the People's Day, which drops them to opposition, and then we do the army to boost them again. Rather than placing further emphasis on the military's role in overthrowing the old monarchy, we should elevate the role of the people themselves, establishing a People's Day to galvanize the nation and teach our citizens to expect nothing less. Now, this is starting to boost democracy, but I think that's okay. I think now's the time where we just go all in. Rather than placing further emphasis on the military's role in overthrowing the old monarchy, we should elevate the role of the people themselves. With that ready. I think I am also going to do the improved working conditions, just to have the stability starting to rise automatically over time. How long does one game take? Yeah, usually 1 or 2 streams. So, between 6 and 8 hours, I would say. Rebuke. Basic light tanks have now been researched. Let's go for the 36 light tanks. And let's go for soft attack. Remember to start boosting relationships with the major powers. Not yet. This is the one that we need to do that for. And then there was another one, which is the more major powers we've boosted with, the bigger the bonus. I forget who that was with, though. It was this one. Oh, 4 stability for every major nation that has more than 75 opinion. Yeah, we definitely need to do that. But there's no point doing it now, because then the opinion will just drop and then you have to raise it again. So just do it just before this happens. We'll say this takes 70 days. By then you've basically maxed out your opinion. So we do it as soon as we need it, basically. Otherwise it just decays and we waste all the time. And more importantly, political power. 73. We are so freaking close. This drops war support, but war support can't really go that much lower. And this does boost stability and also political power quite a lot. Hysteria over reclaiming lost territories threatens to sweep the nation away, and the world is watching. To temper this zeal, we will produce an anti-war film, the first Thai movie shot in English, to show the world the true face of Siam. Army objects, 82.9. We have avoided the Civil War. So if we do this now, Civil War is gone. And I think we basically want to do this now. There is no point waiting, because now we're just going to be losing political power. Remove military wing and opposition. Does this just straight up remove the military wing entirely? Oh. I think it might. So I'm not sure that we can actually get the military wing to positive. So yeah, let's spring the trap. The generals have taken the bait. Their outrage has become rebellion. Their rebellion has exposed their ambitions, and the civilian government was ready. Now the trap closes, and the future of Siam will be decided by those loyal to the Constitution. So the military right now is in opposition. A public rebuke. Didn't seem to have any effects though. And there we are, democratic. Rudy Ban Nom Yong is now our ruler. And that did indeed remove the military support entirely. So no, you can never get military support higher. Does this mean that I can take these without downside? Yes. The whole system has been removed. Okay, so Military Oversight Bureau, and then we need to try to secure the states. We need either 60% or higher democracy and 50% stability. I mean, we're at 74, so we're well above that. Or we need to do Royal Police and some Sardarats and 30% stability, or do the Purge and basically avoid this whole thing entirely. So how do we get to 50% stability? The army cannot be allowed to become a state within the state again. A civilian-led oversight bureau will monitor appointments, budgets and political activity within the armed forces, ensuring that the barracks answer to Bangkok and not the other way round. Fascist is only 5%. Yeah, so we can achieve domestic legitimacy straight away. We did lose a political advisor. Oh, him, because he's now the leader. So infrastructure, civilian factory construction speed might be a good move. Stability plus 10. Consumer goods. We have 2 captains of industry. I wonder if you can have them at the same time. Probably not. So 10, that'll get us to 45. You're still active. We could institute press censorship, which gets democracy support. This doesn't actually increase stability. Anti-fascist raids only actually add like 2%. So I think we would need to find that. And there we go. Okay, so yeah, let's get the popular figurehead. We just need to remember to switch him out after this. Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. Military Oversight Bureau is done. So now I just need the 5 extra stability. So let's get civil nationalism. 5 stability. Every Thai, regardless of status, should know that their loyalty should not be one of government or should not be to one government or one person, but rather uphold the values of liberty, freedom and equality, no matter who currently sits on the throne of power. Austria Anschluss, and we have military factories available. Alright, so what do we need? I'm gonna say probably support equipment, because they tend to be expensive. We are going to want to make tanks at some point in the not too distant future, but we're not quite there yet. Meanwhile, guns are still selling quite nicely. We are very close to being able to get early mobilization. And we can get a doctrine. Now we are definitely going mobile warfare. And then the other thing I want to purchase is bold attack. And there we go, secure the state. Victory in the Civil War does not mean stability. Railways, ports, arsenals, and communications hubs must be secured before reactionary officers can regroup. Bangkok must remain calm, connected, and firmly under civilian control. So this is going to give pretty a new trait. Stability, infrastructure, civilian and dockyard construction speeds. Going to boost our stability even further. Free manpower, more democracy. Bangkok gains a tiny bit of damage. That's fine. That's too far ahead of time, so I think now we're going to start on the engines and armor. No, we probably don't need that much of those. Oh, yes we will. Because we want to keep the maximum speed around 10 miles per hour, if we can. Kilometers per hour, rather. And now we have so much political power, I think I am... Can I get... the 10% war support I need? He has extra division speed, which is quite nice. So nothing from you guys. So irredentalism gets us 5%. That actually drops war support, which is the last thing. So no, we basically have to wait for world tension to get high enough. But I think it is time to go early mobilization. This doesn't give war support, does it? No. Alright. Oh, we can really almost get that. Just need radio. Except that you still have the added time bonus. Well, let's start working on this. Then once that completes, we'll get radio. And then we'll be able to start doing war propaganda. This is so different to how I usually do research. It's been kind of interesting. I like games that make me do different things. It's more fun than just following a cookie cutter template. Screw the meta. Meta is irrelevant. Make your own. Choose your own path. Show some creativity. Right. So this doesn't really do anything for us anymore. I think this is what used to disable Carnarastodon, but this path was changed. Because I remember the first time I did this in testing, it was very difficult to stabilize. Mostly just because the required stability and stuff was so high. Anyway, let's go ahead and achieve domestic legitimacy, then we can rebuild the war-torn economy, which gets us a bunch of upgrades and factories and things. And then we can do the foreign legitimacy. And we can avoid the military grift for that manpower penalty. If more than 3 major countries qualify, we'll also gain a 50% cost reduction for land doctrine for every qualifying major country beyond that limit. Oh, so for 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. we get those. Interesting. Okay, let's do this. The government has survived by force of arms and must now win by law, bread and order. Public confidence must be restored, emergency measures must be justified, and the people must see that civilian rule offers more than just merely survival. And now I think I am going to start doing civilian factories here and here. 10% penalty is fine. I can live with that. Change manpower law? Absolutely not. I'm keeping my 20% construction speed. Until I absolutely have to change. And even then I'll probably delay. Aha! Production efficiency cap and gain. Beautiful. And now these are going to start spiking a bit. I know I'm still not buying any resources. I'm still not prioritizing those too heavily. And it now looks like we've reached gun saturation, so we're not going to make any more resources selling guns. But that's fine. They've done quite well for us. Okay, domestic legitimacy is done. So let's rebuild the war-torn economy and then foreign legitimacy. And then I can either join the Allies or we can go all in on the industry/military. Probably do that. Because last time I helped the Allies fighting in Europe, I still could. Because Japan taking over Indochina doesn't happen until later. Well, they have to be at war with the Allies first of all. So that's not going to be until 41? The Civil War has torn through roads, factories, rice fields and trade routes. Reconstruction must begin at once. Wages, grain, rails and credit will do more to stabilise the Republic of Thailand than any speech from Bangkok. And this is a 70-day, that is also a 70-day. So halfway through this, we'll then start boosting relations. Unless there's any other requirements. I don't think so. Nope. So we've done this in really good time. Attaches. That gives you war support, doesn't it? It does. Oh, they will not accept. Not yet, anyway. If I improve relations with them, they probably will. Okay. Improve relations. 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 Have I forgotten anyone? This was China, Japan, the Soviets, Germany, Italy, France, Britain, USA. Now they'll accept. So that would give me the 10% war support, which gets me the 28, which means I can then mobilize. I do not want to do this just yet because we're actually draining political power because of all the relations that I'm maintaining. War-torn economy is done. Let's go ahead and achieve foreign legitimacy. Foreign powers have watched our crisis with suspicion, waiting to see whether Siam would collapse into a junta rule or revolution. We must prove the civilian government is stable, lawful, and capable of defending the country. Meanwhile, more mills. I'm thinking trucks. And you're still slow. .6 will be the fastest I can make you. I need a bigger engine. Let's do another research. Speaking of bigger engine, let's research a bigger engine. And then with this, I think I'm just going to double down on the truck so we can get the mechanization as early as possible. We're already at 400 though, which is really good going. And we are actually running low on coal. So we might need to start buying that. No longer get deficit spending. So now we get the debt repayment instead. So our construction's going to slow a little bit. But we're up to 12 civilian factories now. So that's accelerating, which is good to see. I think... boost the armor some more. And now we're not spending political power on anything. Just double checking that all of their relations are remaining above 80 or above 75. Yes, they are. So that's fine. So I think we're good to blow the political power on sending an attaché to you. So that may piss Japan off. So maybe I should have waited a little bit there. That is then going to allow me to go to partial mobilization. And now I can really start building factories. And this is how Siam industrializes, very rapidly. We're at 15 because we've got the two free ones. And this also should mean that I have a whole bunch of free doctrines. Yes, I do. Okay, so we want mobile infantry, because that's going to give us the plus 20 organization for motorized and mechanized, and also the 25% extra speed. We're also going to want the sub-doctrine. That is soft attack, air superiority, which we don't care that much about. Infantry, motorized, mechanized, soft attack. So we actually get 20% soft attack with rapid domination. But that doesn't boost tanks. This does. Breakthrough, initiative, and organization. Breakthrough, soft attack, max planning. Plus 8 organization. 5 planning. 10 supply consumption reduction, which is good. This boosts leg infantry soft attack if you have recon. We're not going to have leg infantry, so that's not going to help us. This gives us 15 organization. No, 25 organization with infantry, motorized and mechanized. And 10% extra speed on tanks. So I think it's either going to be the mission type tactics for the organization or the rapid domination just for sheer damage output. Oh, this has an army buff. That's 25% more soft attack for motorized mechanized. That's got to be a rapid domination. And then we are 2 army experience away, but we don't want to do that because we're going to want to basically... Actually, we probably want to use this as the base template. We'll switch everything to motorized, but we're not going to do that until we have the 1,000 trucks. There's the improved engine. Let's make sure we have the improved autocannon, if we can. Start with snow, hang on. I've fallen way too far behind in industry, so industry comes first. Now we should be able to build a fast tank. Christie suspension. Big sod-off engine. There we go. One-man turret for a bit of breakthrough. We can do the improved small cannon or the automatic cannon. I think we go automatic cannon. They're cheaper. I'm not really expecting to need anti-tank capabilities against the Japanese. We'll go with the radio. And go with the ammo storage to increase your reliability again. Type 95 light. I would say that's a pretty good tank. Start making them. True, I can replace the stability advisor as well, seeing as we're 99. We'll do that as soon as I have the political power again. Yellow dossier. Don't think we want to do these just yet. I think now is the time to go all in on the industry. We do actually want to sideline the disloyal officers, because 2 random generals will be reassigned for 4 years. So they'll be back in 43, so we hope they're not anyone good. And I'd quite like to know who they are early. The Officer Army Corps is not a monolith. Within its ranks sit men whose loyalties belong to the former patrons, rival factions, or their own ambitions rather than to the government. With careful reassignment and administrative pressure, these figures can be moved to postings where they pose no threat, while those who have demonstrated their reliability are given the responsibilities that they deserve. We're halfway on the truck production. I think what I might do is this, because I'm just not going to need that many guns for a little while. I could commandeer even more trains. Oh. Damn it. Change the order. Oh, that's annoying. um, I think I'm actually going to go and load the autosave. Because, wow, that was annoying. Civilian trains. Get me another 15 trains for free. The fated checkers are back here. Sideline disloyal officers has been done, so now I think we can... Well, actually, we need to acquire the right tools, so we're ready to mechanize agriculture. We can also do irrigation. Before we can produce great machines, we must first master the humble implements of industry. Import of light tools and workshop equipment will allow small factories and repair shops to multiply across the Republic of Thailand. This will give us a 1 year ahead of time research buff as well, which will be good. All in Nanjing. Japan's doing pretty well against China. We declared war on Carpatho, Ukraine. Now I can replace the stability guy. Probably for the captain of industry. Although the militaristic politician would also be nice, just for even more division speed. But no, I think we go for Poi Ungbakon. Armor protection. Next up, we probably just want more industry. The Ukraine has capitulated. Zog submits to Italy. Light tools have been acquired. Let's get some irrigation going. The fortunes of the peasants still rise and fall with flood and drought. A broad irrigation system will steady harvests, expand cultivated lands, and make the countryside a firmer base for national development. And yes, we need to be building more factories. Build that in Lana once that is complete. Good arrow. Is this the Oz campaign again? No. This is Siam, although we are now Thailand. Okay, mobile warfare. We could get another doctrine, but No, we're not going to. I'm going to save the army experience so we can actually build the divisions that we want. Italy pursues closer bonds with Germany. With that in mind, actually, let's go to the motorized division. Let's actually start thinking about what... Oh, I need to get logistics companies and stuff. Yeah, okay. Irrigation is done. Let's get the all-weather roads. Too many roads vanish with the rains, leaving provinces cut off from the capital and the markets. A network of all-weather roads will bind the kingdom together and allow goods and soldiers to move in every season. Molotov-Ribbentrop. On the verge of World War II starting, we are also going to have to buy coal now. And the best person to buy that from would be the British Raj, I think. Kind of feel like we should probably start buying steel too. We'll get one, just to offset some of the biggest penalties. Okay, all weather roads are done. What is Bangkok still waiting on? Well, let's do that then. Rice, timber and tin are worthless if they cannot reach the market. Extending the railways and expanding our ports will draw the province's international commerce and connect the Republic of Thailand to the wider world. $850, so we should be hitting that peak pretty darn soon. And with that, I think I can probably get rid of you. Don't need you anymore. War industrialist, potentially? No, Minister of Finance. Let's get that consumer goods down. More factories! And I think we'll start militarizing. It is time. One year ahead of time. Boom. And we've been absolutely killing it in terms of construction. It's been good. Poland refuses the ultimatum. Railway and port extensions are done. And yes, you are now maxed out. I think it's time for me to start adding military factories to all of these states. Another research slot. No, you know what? I should do this before they all start hating me. So Malaya, Japan, Dutch East Indies. Modern farming and industry alike depending on compounds that we do not yet produce in sufficient quantity. Importing chemicals will supply fertilizers, medicines, dyes and explosives until domestic industry can take up the task. So Malaya, Japan, Dutch East Indies. Malaya, Japan. And the Dutch East Indies. I'm a little bit surprised that Japan has not told me to send the attaches home. So, allow you to park your planes here. Yes, I'll give you military access. Time for improved radio? No, it's time for concentrated industry. 50% world tension. $1,000. We've made it. Fall of Warsaw and Poland has capitulated. We do also need... yes, we do. You're right. So I think once we got this, we'll mechanize agriculture and then get the university for the 4th research slot. And we should be researching pretty fast. We have a 40% research speed buff. Machine tools... Okay, so of these, we're gonna want logistics companies, recon. Let's do recon first, because I'm probably going to use armored recon. And then logistics company. We can't physically actually get them over 75. That's fine. Okay, so let's do mechanization of agriculture because I really want to start on that and then we'll get the research buff. Because I very much want to actually start building my army. I think it's high time. So I think mechanization of agriculture will be done just ahead of the recon, but that's okay. We can bring both of those in at the same time. against Finland. Military factory. Because yes, we are now building mills. Wow, we have 26 civilian factories. That's more than I had in the multiplayer. In 4 years' time. Oh man, we've done so much better this time around. I feel like we're actually going to be in a position to contribute. Not to mention that my masteries are going to be in the right place too. Public demands rearmament. This does give me 5% war support, which I do really want. So fine, I'll allow it. And then I will immediately go back to disarmed. Because I still want my construction speed buff. More mills. I think I'm going to go regimental support. Oh no, you know what I need? AA. So that was 150 political power for a 5% war support trade. Yeah, basically. But I don't think I could have gotten anything better. Right, let's get this research slot. If agriculture is to become, because it was basically +5 or -5, and I definitely don't want the -5. Siam, I know from yesterday, has a hard time with war support. If agriculture is to become more productive, it must be guided by science rather than inheritance alone. Kassel Sart University will train agronomists, veterinarians, not vegetarians, technical experts for the modernization of the land. And that now means that I can start building them motorized. So we definitely want to make you motorized, you motorized, you motorized. Support, we want support artillery. Motorized, and then we want to have preferably one light tank, but I don't think I'm actually going to grab you now. Because we're waiting the 8 days for recon. So I'm just going to leave this open for 8 days. And the 10% construction speed. Yes, that is true. Now we can get armoured recon. Slows us down to 10. That's totally fine. I think that's basically how this unit will look. I can probably add more guns. Let's actually do this. I have quite a lot of artillery. 42 organization, 114 soft attack. Alright, let's see how many of those I can make. First of all, can I just switch these to this? I'm only short in the AA. And the trucks, maybe. I have more artillery. So what I could potentially do is put some motorized line artillery in. And then I don't need the sport artillery anymore. And then ultimately we will make this light tanks. Which right now I can't afford, but we will be able to. Okay, I do not need... Oh, I've still only got one factory on artillery, that's fine. And after this we basically double down on the tanks. Sweet! And you lot are going to have a lot of training to do. So please come over here to Bangkok so you're not taking additional attrition. Showing interest in Scandinavia. These divisions are already almost as good as the divisions I was running yesterday. We very much need upgraded artillery, though, as I'm using more artillery this time around. And we have our fourth research slot. Maintenance. We probably do want maintenance, as we're using a lot of mechanized and motorized stuff. Let's get the engineers first. And then another research thing. Farmers into the city, I think is going to be good. But we really should try to get some of the tank stuff going soon. Sooner than later. So farmers into the city. A modern economy cannot be sustained by village labour alone. As industry expands, the state must encourage orderly migration from the paddies to the towns, where a new urban workforce can be formed. The other option is to join the Allies now. I kind of prefer that idea. This gives you a bunch of naval things, so I'm not that interested. And don't quote me on this. In naval stuff. I am, however, interested in land stuff. I think I might actually join the Chinese United Front, actually. I can get in through Burma. Yeah, let's do something a bit different. Or even better, we are a democracy after all. Which would you like to see us do? Do you want to see us join the Allies and fight all over the world until Indochina becomes a problem? Do you want us to join the Chinese United Front, something we have not done before? Or do you perhaps want us to form the Asian Democratic Compact and create our own faction? Although I strongly suspect that that's probably... Oh, per faction member. They all gain those. Probably better done in non-historical. You know, I'm going to remove that because this is not non-historical. And adding people to your faction outside of historical is kind of difficult. So we're going to do the Allies, the Chinese United Front. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. CUF is going to be spicy if we aren't ready to deal with Japan. I would say that at this point we are. Like, yes, we only have 4 divisions, but they are very strong divisions, and we can quite easily make more. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. What do you think we should do? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Oh, I've got to post that in YouTube. Sorry about that. There you go, YouTube. Yeah, we should get fuel refining, and yes, we should also get our HQs set up properly. Oh, I didn't make my field marshal, so he's going to have the -1 to all stats for a year. And in fact, we haven't got the Song Saradit upgrade yet. I really hope he's not one of the ones that was reassigned. It's going to be bad if he was. Okay, the vote is in. And join the Allies! Lost with 11% of the vote, meaning that the remaining 89% of you want us to join the Chinese United Front. China bleeds under Japanese aggression, yet it still fights. By joining the United Front, the Republic of Thailand can help turn the war on land into a graveyard for imperial ambition. Interesting. Alright. There was something else I was going to check. Oh yeah, HQs. So Song Saradit is not reassigned. However, we have no no command power, so we can't actually promote him right now. What's the reassigned like? Oh, I think we just don't see them if they're reassigned. Oh no, there it is. So Luang and Mangkorn, both of these two are basically unavailable. But that's okay. So Friar Songsaradit is a really good choice. He is the only brilliant strategist that we have. So I'd like to save him to be our... Field Marshal. Why do I have so little of this? Oh, -50 from sending the attaché. I see. Well, I think that will be recalled when we enter the war. So then our second person shouldn't be an infantry officer. Shouldn't be the irregulars officer. March leader could work. So maybe Prishit, although you can't upgrade. Experience gain I don't particularly like. Trickster skilled staffer. Luang might actually be a really good choice for this. Inventory expert. Or we generate our own. Armor officer is actually what we want, so I think what I might do is spend 20 army experience on that. We're going to make... Oh man, these are expensive. Okay, it's a bad move. Army offense, that could work. Army logistics, that could also work. I'm looking at the people that we can actually upgrade. Like, you're an advisor, so you don't level up in that. Are you able to get a military role? No, that still counts instead, unfortunately. Yeah, we're just going to need to wait for the military attaché to return. And we have a couple of things we want to do with that. In the meantime, I do remember what I was going to do. I was going to buy some more steel. And we're going to buy it from... It's true, we're not going to be at war with the Axis. We'll buy it from... Wait, no, that's Manchuria. Don't buy it from them. That's a really bad idea. Buy it from Turkey. We should still be pretty chill with the Allies. Field hospitals. We're gonna have trucks and we're gonna have support equipment. Let's upgrade that. We'll be able to add logistics to our units very soon. We are still short AA. We're not crazy short. I think the next shortage we're going to have is trucks and tanks. I'd really like to increase the number of tanks in my division, so I'm going to increase that. German pressure on Benelux. Luxembourg has capitulated. Logistics company is done. We're immediately going to upgrade to the next tier, and we're also going to add logistics companies to the motorized. I'm going to give you a different icon, which is going to be this one, because you are my lightning fast lighter units. And we can upgrade you to more breakthrough. If I do. That's true, we could get motorized rockets. Do I need a special thing for that? I don't. Requires towed rocket artillery. You know what, I might do that. Republic of China welcomes us to the Chinese United Front. We're in. Yes, I will be called to arms. So I am now at war with Japan. And we are fighting a land war in Asia. So I think it's probably time for us to get the army of Siam, don't you? I do. The old structure of our armed forces no longer answers the demands of the age. If the Republic of Thailand is to defend its sovereignty and assert its interests abroad, we must build a new modern army, equipped, trained and organised for the wars now taking shape across the world. Belgium's capitulated. Japan demands at our shores. We are going to stand our ground. That did not give me my attaché back. Hold on. 79% more support, so I want to do this before I recall the attaché. So I need 250 political power. The other thing I need to do is I'm going to keep you guys training. That's fine, because it's going to give them... It's going to require some time. Before the Japanese can prepare any naval invasions, and we will get the alert if they do. Do these give more maximums? Yes, they do. Alright, so we know 250 political power. Wall of Paris. Yes, we can use propaganda as well, that's true. But still, I want the 250 political power, regardless. It's what I need the most. France is capitulated, that becomes Vichy, flight of Rudolf Hess. More military factories. I think we do what we were doing before and just go with more tanks. Not enough tanks. Never enough tanks! Zardom of Bulgaria has joined the Allies, and I do think we should probably start training some more of these. Let's do something like this. Artillery improved. Let's go and upgrade you. Improved artillery upgrade, then rocket artillery. Let's go. 48, 50. Okay, first things first. Total mobilization. Boom. Second thing second. Women in the workforce. Boom. Alright, our economy is now going to be absolutely blitzing along. We are going to need to buy some oil, which we will get from Indonesia. probably don't need 2 sets, but that's fine. Okay. Prepare for the long war. Production efficiency, retention, efficiency cap, research speed, and mastery gain factor. The great powers may decide wars in months, but lesser nations are often forced to endure them for years. We must therefore prepare Thai arms, industry, and transport for a long, grinding conflict, in which patience and resilience matter as much as courage. I'm low on coal again. Seriously? I forgot just how quickly we go through coal. Although, we should research these. These now do coal things, not conversion things. I'm not going to take land leases, because I would then have to say with what convoys. And also all of this redness. You guys are almost trained, which is good. Ah, we got the things done, so I no longer need the attaché. You can come home, which gives me a bunch of command power. And with that command power, I can now promote you. So at the very least have a field marshal. And I would still like to have a general, but for the generals... yeah, I need more command power. No, I'm not going to take your volunteers, sorry. You are going to take offensive doctrine, because the orc loss while moving an attack for you will be phenomenal. And then the other thing I do need to do is get this. Because Song Saradet is my field marshal, and this gives him politically connected, skilled staffer, and boosts his attack, logistics, and defense by 1. Research AT guns? I don't think I really need them against the Japanese. I am somewhat tempted to just recruit some Royal Thai Division infantry units. Oh, except I can't because I'm capped. And then use the motorized as my actual offensive units and just leave them on garrison duty. Naval invasion. It has begun! Thanks for the warning. You're on your way. Yeah, fuck it, I think it'll be okay defending itself. It looks like you're doing just fine seeing them off at the coast. So we'll see off that attack, and then all of you guys basically can come down here. Long war has been prepared for, so now I think I'm going to do your thing. Not every officer and is an enemy of the nation. Song Saradet and his loyalists offer a disciplined military alternative to the corrupt generals who brought Siam to the brink. With their support, order can be restored without surrendering the state to chaos. Now with 2 of you, or actually 3 of you, we're winning this fight. As long as they don't land in some claw behind us, but I don't think they will. The annoying thing is I don't have a general right now, which upsets me to my very core. Oh, yeah, we could do signal companies. What those would have. 3 there. How do I want to do this? Let's put a temporary general in charge. And then we'll replace him later. Let's go for armor. So, armored infantry support. Medium tanks, heavy tanks. That's nothing for light tanks. Spearhead. Light tank, recovery and organization. Regular tanks, so just all tanks, get even more organization. Breakthrough and even more recovery rate. So actually that's a very good one for light tanks. Organization, breakthrough, recovery rate, reliability. Soft attack. Armored recon gives tanks a further organization buff. That one buffs mech-inf. Also buffs mech-inf. This one gives a huge buff to light tanks. Yeah, I think what we want is armored cavalry and then eventually to switch over to mechanized. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel your current orders, I'm going to keep you at front line. I'm going to tell you to chill here in Bangkok. They're going to counterattack me. Cool. Have fun. Do I deploy you? No, I don't think so. I do, however, give you adaptable. No reason not to. Logistics companies. Tier 3 is too far ahead of time. Can get some better engineers, which I think I will. And those guys are completely out of supply, so we'll struggle. We do still have a dangerous naval invasion targeting Malaya, though, so I think that they're gonna go for Songkla, if I'm not careful. That costs 6. Just so I can get that planning prep as soon as possible, so then I can press this button. Hopefully push them off. Or not. Just need organization back. We do have all of these guys ready to deploy soon, so we're going to have some extra firepower available. Fuel storage. I'm just going to keep on eroding their ability to fight. Okay, very short on trucks. So any further military factories we get should go to truck production. Fact. Keep building those. Light tank specialization, production output cost. Yes, please. That's true, yes. My infantry equipment is out of date, so we should update that. Stop attacking until you're all ready. Invasion risk is gone. And we need coal again. So what I actually wanted to do is say, put a defensive line there, put a defensive line there, and now join wherever you think is most important to join. Okay, so Song Saradit's had his upgrade. Let's get unconventional tank construction so we can get that 15% extra construction. We cannot imitate the armoured programs of the Great Powers Peace for Peace. If the Republic of Thailand is to field tanks at all, we must pursue cheaper and more adaptable methods of construction, sacrificing grandeur in favours of utility. And you did mention that our guns are old as hell. Actually, we don't even have 1918 defensive stuff, so yes. Save that for organising. Alright, I'm feeling a lot better about my backlines being protected now. It really is just trucks that we're super low on, but we'll catch up on that soon enough. Green! Red! Damn it! They can actually pierce my armour. That's a little unfortunate. So I think what I want to do, something like this. When in doubt, throw more bodies at the problem. Problem solved. I mean, supply is definitely doing some serious damage to them. Now they're going for Bangkok. Which thankfully I did not remove any troops from, so my 3 motorized units up there are doing just fine. You guys are getting planning prep, but I would really like to finish this fight as soon as possible, so go ahead and attack it. I do have some troops running rampant up there. Yeah, you 5 should win that now. Just make sure that they can't move further in, and you guys are on the move now. Good. So we did actually get a breakthrough here. You're actually trying to counterattack me, which is a very bad idea for you. Unconventional tank construction, meanwhile, is done. So next up, let's get tankettes. Light, cheap, and simple to produce. Tankettes may not decide great battles on their own, but they can still serve scouting, colonial warfare, and infantry support. For a nation of modest means, such small armoured vehicles offer a practical entrance into mechanised war. Just beats. You got this. And that line is now pretty well secured. Pop, pop, pop. Pop. And now we have 7 divisions heading to the north. Haven't dove into the new focus trees yet. Do any of the new toys get bicycles? Maybe just the Dutch. It was famously used in the Malay campaign. Don't know. I know that Australia doesn't. I support that. So you support that. So you support that. Yeah, we really need to get signals in these divisions. Bring in engineers, which we can afford. Warplanes from where? There are not, so far as I know, any air bases down here. Alright, next upgrade. Let's go for the support weapons one, as we are ever so slightly behind on that tech. Let's get these guys while their organisation is low. We should be able to pop their helmets off. Nice and easy. There we go. Good, 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 good. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove you from this army. I'm going to add you to this army. And you'll automatically separate yourselves out. And we've got all the guns coming in. I would like to research Mechanized 1, because this increases the hardness of motorized. And also puts us that much closer to getting mechanized of our own. So make sure all of the areas around. Going out to sea. Make sure that they can't get multiple attacks in the same location. Lots of this ground over here is going to be jungle, so I think I'm also going to get jungle armor. The jungles of our region are no place for ponderous machines designed for the plains of Europe. If armor is to serve the Republic of Thailand, it must be adapted for narrow tracks, poor ground, and oppressive climate, trading weight for mobility where the jungle demands it. And I think it's probably time to start importing some... No, let's do worker conditions. Keep that stability high. And then let's also, when we can afford it, get the radio propaganda. Awesome. I think we might be very close. Yeah. To getting actual light tanks in our divisions proper now. So that should be a significant boost to their combat strength. Because up until now they've just been motorized with only artillery support and that was it. They do have infantry guns already, so yeah, their soft attack is huge. Now we are going to suffer a little bit from low organization. Let's so that goes. At least until the masteries come in. Let's go ahead and get Signal Company 2, and then we'll go ahead and add Signal Companies, which is going to drop our organization even more. Oh, only a tiny bit. That's fine. Initiative will mean that we reinforce more easily. That's kind of dangerous. I am not liking this. So let's move you down there and you over here. Okay, you're actually holding, but the attack on the port itself is a little bit shaky. No, that's better. Beat them at the sea. Beat them at the coast. That's the best way to do this. Let's get guns too. I'm also out of manpower. That is not ideal. However, I feel like we've done the hard work with our industrialization. I mean, we're up to 58 factories. We are the second most industrious... No. We are the beating heart of Chinese industry. Yeah, we will need to think about Vichy at some point. But that was a jolly good victory. Now, I'm not actually expecting you to get attacked very often. So I think what I would rather do is put you two defending Songkla. So I think you're way more likely to get attacked. And now I need to save up political power so that we can actually start mobilizing some manpower. $78,000 kills, 25,000 losses. 3 to 1. Oh yeah, don't send any ships through here. Question. Is there actually a railway connecting all of this? Okay. So yeah, you had a good point with the supply hubs. And I just so happened to notice yesterday that there are supply hubs that built into the focus tree right here. So Isan and West Siam get supply hubs and also infrastructure and also railways. The northern approaches will become vital in any contest with Burma and those who stand behind it. Roads, railways and depots in that region must be expanded at once so that Psi forces may advance or resist there without delay. Burma? Not sure that's what I expected. Isan is here. That's not Burma. That's Indochina. Oh right, I still had a bunch of guns available, which China apparently bought. So the Siam Road is alive and well. Let's get a surplus of tanks. There's more things that gave manpower. Oh, Phoebon. I need to replace Josiah Crosby with Phoebon. Except I can't, he's not available. Or did he have a different name? You have recruitable population factor. That's not what I'm really after. Division attack and defense on core territory. Okay, he might be good. Non-core manpower, but that's not the problem. Oh, that's the tobacco guy. Huh, don't have access to him. I did yesterday. I had an advisor that gave 2% manpower. He was kind of critical for me maintaining disarmed nation until like 1941-42. German Reich declared war on the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. I'm going to go and open some windows. I am absolutely baking at the moment. So in fact, let's call this a quick break. If you need to take a break, then I would recommend you do so now. Ad is rolling as it is. If you need to grab another drink, stretch your legs, do what you've got to do, then now's your opportunity. But in the meantime, I'm going to open some windows. So I'll be back in a minute. Alright, windows opened. And yes, I think I'm going to open my big window too to get some circulation. People outside will be able to listen in to the stream. Shocking. Have an even bigger audience. Oh, that makes a difference. Awesome. Alright, do I want to get more mills going? I've already maxed them out. May need to look at the infrastructure development of this region again. Well, actually no, because some of that's going to be fixed by this. Yes, yes, yes. And I was about to run the propaganda stuff, and I was like, hang on, nope, 150 political power is required for our next goal. We need to start mobilizing. Wait, am I out? Oh, again? Oh, it's because I'm not getting it all. Soviets, I guess. And I should also very much like some more steel from you, Turkey. You know what, let's buy from the Soviets as well. We're going to need that longer term. Fuel usage reduction or speed. This is for the trucks, that's irrelevant. Trucks are already going to be faster than any of my tanks will ever be. Okay, so that was Northern infrastructure for war. Not fighting in the mountains just yet. Getting the artillery upgrades we could do with. But I'm not going to say that's absolutely critical right now. Standout ground would give us off-map civs and mills. Those would be nice. Also some more manpower. If we lose any of our core territories, then we can spawn some free units. Tobacco industry would give us the tobacco advisor. I don't think we really need him. We should probably do farmers into the city. Yeah, let's do farmers into the city. Although a land war in Asia would also be very helpful. Oh, this gives the Chinese extra stuff. That's okay. Yeah, farmers into the city. Read that one before. Meanwhile, you guys are getting quite a lot stronger. Fuel, meanwhile, is looking pretty healthy, so I think I'm going to dial you down a little bit. Don't need to be importing quite so much. Hi, Granny Muppet. Crosby leaves after a while, does he? Yeah, I played this same path yesterday, and I'm fairly sure that I was able to get Phoebum. But he's not in my list of recruitable people at the moment, which is annoying, because I know he gives extra manpower, which, as you may see, is a bit of a problem. But that's also because I'm being greedy. I've got Disarmed Nation for the 20% extra construction speed. But the other thing I wanted to point out is we went democratic, and the Kana Rastodon progression is a little bit weird. Because here it says Kana Rastodon is disabled, but I think it's already with Secure the State, where the military is removed, or maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's a little weird how progression here works. He gets yeeted if you're democratic. I'm fairly sure I kept him yesterday, though. That extra 2% manpower was extremely useful. Right, mills. We've got that going. Trucks are going nicely. But yeah, this is the second democratic game that I'm doing. Did one multiplayer yesterday, which went really well, and now this one taking a little bit slower, talking my way through what exactly is happening and all that stuff. So what am I short on? Trucks. Just consistently short on trucks. Although at some point I'm gonna want to start building mechanized, I think. Yugoslavia's capitulated. Still catching the odd convoy, but there shouldn't be very many of them. And I joined the Chinese United Front. So we're fighting off a couple of Japanese invasions. Like this one, in fact. But so far it's gone pretty well. Oh, they did manage to land some people. That's why they're pushing you, so let's go ahead and move you over here just to reinforce a little bit. That's not what I want. Okay, so you won that fight. I'm going to make a line here and immediately drive to try to push you out. Oh yeah, adding those tanks to these divisions has made a huge difference. It's because of this. They can't pierce my armor anymore. Who'd have thunk it? Adding tanks divisions, 2 divisions makes them tougher. Crazy, like, mind blown. Especially as they have the jungle combat buffs. Oh, this is going so much better. Okay, now I actually feel like we're kind of scary. I'll add you back to that force. Okay, good stuff. And apparently all the things were built. Build all the mills there. Central Siam is still infrastructuring, and apparently we just missed off Eastern Siam. Is there more infrastructure for Eastern Siam somewhere? I feel like I would have caught that. There it is. Okay, so I think what we'll do is farmers into the city, and then we'll do dominate public symbols to get those building slots and infrastructure. We'll do this. King Carol II has abdicated. Alright. We're 10 political power away from being able to go in manpower law, though that's only going to give me 0.5 more recruitable pop. What we really want to do is get to limited and then extensive if we can. Might be bad at scripting, but Fibon is transferred to the opposing civil war as democratic, but might be weird if you do the peaceful takeover. Yeah, and I managed to do peaceful. Even in the chaos of a multiplayer game, I was able to do the peaceful. I was very proud of myself. I got to within 8 days of the Civil War happening. I managed to avoid it. Okay. Or is it better to replace Crosby with someone who gives recruitable population? So he gives factor. He gives 15 factor. Reduces political power gain, but that's okay. Reduces stability, which is a little bit annoying, but is not the end of the world. Resistance fighter gives us massive buffs on core. But I don't think I so much need those anymore. And then the other guy that I did really want actually was this guy for the division speed, augury gain, and reinforce rate. I mean, actually, Pui's not doing anything for us anymore. Oh no, we're still building infrastructure. But only 2 more. So yeah, I think what we do is we replace Crosby. No, let's replace Pui with the restored politician and then replace Crosby with the militaristic politician. I think that's the way to do it. Let's see how much manpower this gives us. How much am I short? Oh, 5k. At the moment. Should get to 1.15. Which we're going to reach very soon. Oh, surplus. No, it's gone. Surplus. It's gone. Bigger surplus. It's gone. Even bigger surplus. It's gone. Surplus. Oh, gone. And there we are, 1.1. 1.15, so that was all of the manpower we were going to get. How much did I actually gain for that? 3k. But hey, these guys are now almost full strength, so there is that. I am reading chat, Coin Trader. Signal War Company is done. I just don't respond to absolutely everything I don't need to. Alright, so what do we want to get next? Oh, probably these. Let's get some more assembly line production. We have tons of tanks, so I think we can probably get away with adding another light tank division here. Although our combat width now is getting rather heavy. These light tanks are only actually costing me 1.2 org. These are costing me 1.8. Soft attack 39, soft attack of 15. We do have sufficient light tanks for this, so I think I'm going to accept that. And then I think I'm going to okay, in 2 days we're going to radically transition our production from trucks to mechanized. We're going to go straight for mechanized 2 as well. Now this is going to get expensive, and it's going to get expensive fast. I think I'm just going to straight up cancel the truck production. And that's because as I switch to mechanized, we're going to be freeing trucks up, so even though we're a negative at the moment, we won't be for that long. It's just going to be a question of how quickly can we build up the production efficiency of the mechanized. And because these trucks are in the same category as motorized, we can just switch them one by one to the mechanized. So basically every time we get 400, we could switch. Please research coal. Yeah, there are just so many things we need to research still. Oh, another naval invasion. So we were going to get the dominate public symbols so we can get that infrastructure and building slots. The military wing has long dominated public symbols, erecting statues and declaring public holidays celebrating itself. We need to counter this by establishing symbols of our own, celebrating the people's right to self-determination and victory over the autarky of old. Naval invasion. Where? I ain't seeing one. Unless it means these. Yunan's in these, so we should have access to you through you. There it is. Oh, we're going to see that off very easily. Absolutely crushed. also going to turn down the amount of tanks we're producing. I don't need that many anymore. The mechanized transition is the thing that's going to cost us by far and away the most. And I'm short on coal again. Now we still have loads of civilian factories available, so I am not concerned with having to spend those on purchases. There's infantry equipment too. Although actually getting these upgraded would be nice. It's fine. We can get the production efficiency. Oh, that's so late compared to what I usually do. .64 mech already, that's good. Japan's pushing in down here. I think what I might do is start stealing individual unit. Oh, damn it. Changed. No! I also kind of wish that I could start these guys training, but I'm not sure that I dare risk it while Japan can do naval invasions. You know what? I will. So we still have some organization left. Like, Bangkok's protected, because that unit's already fully trained. Okay, so we got the dominate public schools, so we can now say develop that fully as well. So we have got loads of mills still incoming. Perfect. Textile mills, more sieves and building slots. Let's go for that. Cloth is a daily necessity, yet too much of it is woven abroad and sold back to us. Textile mills will replace imported goods, employ urban labour and give the Republic of Thailand one of the more basic industries of modern life. Maybe the difference in not being able to use the advisors, I went with Chinese United Front, not the Allies. No, I think the difference is I recruited him earlier, before I did something which disabled him. But I don't know what that was. Right, I still wanted to get one of our officers, didn't I? So he came out as a level 3 with massive amount of supply. The nice thing is he doesn't have a skill yet. So let's put you in charge. And then once we get enough command power to try and recruit another one, I'll do that again. I just saw a Japanese transport fleet over here, which makes me a little bit nervous. I wish I had some recon planes. So I could just stick them here and watch for naval invasions coming in. At least these three will be... Well, actually, these guys are over here. Well, I can send them to reinforce other locations if I need to. I can do some switcheroos. This is costing me... Raiding party! Fuel. So let's go ahead and buy some more from the Dutch East Indies. Who dat? Hey, Scarlax and Jezebel! How are you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm afraid I'm not playing as Australia this time. We're doing one with Siam. We've just joined the Chinese United Front as Democratic Siam. I'm currently trying to train up my motorized tank divisions while fending off naval invasions, and it's rather scary because while they're training they have no organization. Happy partner anniversary, thank you. Love the Aussie DLC, I'm very happy to go. Ah, that's what I'm worried about. Stop training. So you landed here, here, in Bangkok. Bangkok's doing badly. I'm gonna put you there, you there. Green. Bangkok is full strength, like you were already max level. Bangkok's the only one still fighting off. So the rest of you can go back to training. Because he's max level, so he can't gain anything else from training. Perfect! Okay. So even while we're training, we can fend off naval invasions. That's an important thing to know. However, I am going to need to buy some more fuel. Really need to upgrade my fuel. And more coal! Ah! They've started landing down there. Oh, that's Hanoi, so... Actually, the Chinese managed to take Hanoi really quickly. If they managed to take Haiphong, then Indochina is going to be far less of a problem. Although they are still going to steal it at some point, so we are going to need to be ready for that particular eventuality. We've almost got enough mechanized for the first unit of mechanized, so let's go ahead and make you mech. 21 short. That's fine. Alright, so our maximum speed's gone down from 10 to 8. That's still a lot. Do I have shore batteries for additional defense? Nah, I've not bothered with that. I don't think I'll need them. Meanwhile, we can now go to volunteer only, so that's another 0.5-ish manpower. And with that, we have surplus. So let's start training some more divisions. Then I think I'm gonna go to limited conscription for another 4% after this. We have all of the manpower we need, so that's good. Still short on trucks, but that's because we just raised another full division, that's fine. And yeah, we are now starting to really take off in terms of mechanized production. I mean, we do have 24 factories dedicated to this now, and they are fully supplied. Oh, I lost my AA coverage when I reduced you to a 2. Well, what about if I do this? Organization drops even further. I do have enough light tanks for this, and then I can add... Oh, your tank division, so I can't add AA to you. Huh. Well, I can put them here instead. Yeah, and I can afford that too. That drops my organization a lot. We're down to 30 org. However, look at that soft attack. Solid. We'll be fine. We'll be fine once our masteries start taking off. We're still kind of low in the mastery department. Textile mills for some more factories. Foreign currency exchange, public credit, and then I think modern economy. Yeah. Industrialization demands foreign machinery, medicine, and fuel, yet these can only be bought with scarce exchange. A controlled currency exchange system will direct foreign funds towards the industries most vital to the state. It looks like China's actually doing a really good job of throwing Japan out of this area. They've lost their port, so these guys are surrounded. And we are still short on fuel. Okay, I'm really going to need to research fuel refining and also coal efficiency. I'm having to import 24 coal for Siam. My industry's that big. I have 71 factories, to be fair. 78 if you include trade. I make up like a third of Chinese industry. Chinese United Front industry. But we are definitely going to struggle a little bit when Indochina blips. Oh, naval invasion. Coming down here. So move you on there to make sure that doesn't fall. You might lose, but that's okay. So I'll just withdraw you to here. You've held. You go and hold that. And with your initiative, you held! Excellent! Haha! Suck it, Japan! Death of Prajatipok. Barbarossa. King Prajatipok is dead. The former king, whose name carried the memory of the old order through years of exile and upheaval, passes now from the affairs of men into history. For some, his death closes the final chapter of the struggle that began with the end of absolute rule. Yet the cause he came to embody does not perish with him. The throne endures. The dynasty remains, and work of restoring dignity and stability in the Republic of Thailand must now continue in the name of young King Anada. I push you back straight away. Okay. That's okay, because what we'll do is we'll assign you two to this, and we'll basically just make sure that you lot are trapped down there. Germany breaks Molotov Ribbentrop, and we have some more factories which are probably going to go to mechanized. Of course. British Raj is selling me less and less stuff, so I will buy more and more from the Soviet Union instead. They're going to need it. Another naval invasion? Oh, yeah. You got that. Oh, you're counterattacking me. Mistake! Now you're super low on organization, I'm just going to attack into you. And I'm not going to let you escape. And that's how you win that. Alright, mechanized. So I can either get cheaper mechanized and lose some defense, or I can just increase the armor of the mechanized. Just go for the extra armor, thank you. Right, because mechanized is armor. How much armor do they have? Right, you can upgrade them too. I totally forgotten about that. So, 10. Okay. Foreign currency exchange is done. Right, public credit. Now I just need to remember to actually pay this back. Merchants, growers and manufacturers alike are constrained by limited access to capital. By expanding public credit, the government can lend where private finance hesitates and push development into neglected sectors. Simply line production. Right, let's get some fuel refining. Turns out you kind of need that when you have a fully mechanized nation. Also, my unit models are now all tanks. Support weapons 3, done. Let's get pulverized coal firing boilers to get that energy per coal, so I don't need to import quite so much. And we can also upgrade drum pattern sights for extra defenses on our guns. You lot can get back to drilling. You're actually almost trained at this point, so that's good. How are you looking? We can actually start training another couple of divisions. Perfect. Hi there, new to Paradox Games, just bought Oi 4, but I find it really hard to grasp and everything. Also by 1940, there are so many things happening I can't keep up. Would you recommend someone who just started playing these types of strategy games? My first suggestion would be make sure you're playing as Italy for your first couple of games. The early war against Ethiopia gives you a very risk-free practice ground for fighting on land. Also, as the Italians, when the main World War II happens, Germany is there to bail you out. So if you do mess up, it doesn't matter so much. The other benefit with Italy is they can do a bit of everything. So if you want to learn how air power works, you can do a game where you focus on air. Or if you want to learn how the Navy works, you can do a game where you focus on the Navy. Or same with the Army, you focus on the Army. Italy is really good for just like learning those little bits of the game at a time. The other thing I would recommend is watch people playing. The Hearts of Iron 4 official channel has a couple of tutorials and things on it. I would definitely recommend checking those out. UI is the hardest thing to learn with Paradox games. Once you kind of know where things are and how to set things up, it's a very simple numbers game. I mean, I wouldn't call it a simple numbers game, but it definitely gets a whole lot less scary. Flying batteries. Now, I did intend to replace my motorized artillery with rocket artillery. Organization plus 20. That's going to solve my low organization problems. Combat width, soft attack. Honestly, because I'm just adding so many tanks to things, I think organization is the big problem. Although mobile recon and assault does give extra organization to just light tanks. More soft attack to motorized artillery. Nothing to rocket artillery though. Oh, this does give soft attack to line artillery. And organization to motorized artillery. Yeah, let's go with flying batteries. Oh, I've already started gaining mastery. No, because we just have artillery in our division, so we've just saved some up. Cool! Alright, so that's another thing we need to research is rocket artillery and motorized rockets. But we're now up to 273 soft attack. These divisions are scary. And... oh yeah, we have loads of mechanized, so we can go ahead and replace another mechanized unit. But this is going to cost 5, and I can't afford that right now. Just waiting for freaking Indochina to fall, and then I can do some more things. Weapons 3 is still ahead of time, so instead I think what we do is we go for the rocket artillery. Yes! And then we'll replace the improved artillery production with rockets. Japan demands French Indochina. There it is. Let's throw in a quick save here, just in case. We will stop your training, start your attacking. I will also grab another officer. You'll do. Who was that? You also have no trait. Damn it! I specifically got Embrace the Future because I want the Panzer or the Armor Officer trait. And you don't have an attack rule. Order. Yeah, you do. Go. I'm also going to make this rather more aggressive. Chinese are attacking from the north. Mostly just want to get Saigon and Kompong Swaum. Saigon. And Tehran is the last port. Invasion, they're attacking. They're attacking Bangkok, but they're probably landing troops around the outside of it too, seeing as this is just 2 divisions of the 5. So Bangkok might be in a bit of risk here. But I still think that we have the right idea, ensuring that we don't lose any of this. I'm really going to need some more manpower. I'd like to get some Royal Thai divisions just so I can get the infantry in the field. Alright, so they've landed some troops through Tehran. Let's go along the coast just to get the railway. Bangkok's holding just fine. North Indochina, another naval invasion. They're attacking around Hanoi. That's fine. Alright, let's put the squeeze on them. And then the next thing I need to do is division designer. Create an empty division with a single cavalry. We call them the police. We give them the gavel. Occupation law. Let's get the police. And we're going to set the occupation law automatically to martial law. And then we'll adjust it down on an individual basis depending on how dangerous the situation actually is. So at the moment these two is dangerous, there it's not. We have assigned maximum thing to garrisons. And we're actually gaining manpower as we take this territory. So that's good. Let's make sure you have an order for Tehran for when that moment comes. Let's make sure that they're surrounded. Perfect. That's okay, we'll punch him out easily enough. And with that, Indochina has been secured. Marvellous. Do need to do a little bit of a fight up there, but that can be arranged. Let's create another front line up here. I'm going to assign 2 of you to defend Bangkok. And have the rest of you go for Hanoi. Good. That went well. And yes, I'm going to need to protect those ports. Let's actually do that now. Let's just put 1 there. 1 there. 1 there. And reduce these to just the 1. We'll pop those hats off easily enough, because my divisions hit like absolute trucks now. Unintended, because they are mostly trucks. Meanwhile, I have tons of mechanized at this point, so I think what I can do is I can replace you, I can replace you, and I can replace you. So our hardness is now up to 44%. With 11.9 armor. What's the break? The pierce? Just these units? 5. Okay, they almost certainly can't pierce my armor. Public credit. Let's start paying that back. We will repay our entire public credit debt at once, removing all debt at the cost of a large temporary consumer goods penalty. So remove public debt, which grants 15 consumer goods. Gain 50% for 270 days. That's fine. I'd rather have short-term pain for long-term gain. I bet we have no railways that are actually connecting all of this. We don't. Let's make sure we do. So we need a railway. Goes to there. And to there. And then just so that we have a little bit of a backup, we'll do this as well. Let's get those built nice and quickly, please. Because otherwise I'm losing convoys sailing over here for no reason. Okay, you guys are getting planning ready. That's good. Can only get 28. I'm not expecting wonders. Right. These are also going to be consuming some of my mechanized and manpower and stuff. I have no focus. Let's get the modern economy. The old agrarian order does not disappear in a day, but it can no longer hang on. Do we want to do this now? No, let's wait until the debt's repaid and then we'll do that. Research bonus for support artillery. I have no idea if that's going to include rocket artillery, but let's find out. Modern battle is not won by spirit alone. The gun remains the king of the battlefield, breaking strong points, shattering assaults, and paving the way for our infantry. If we are to triumph, TIE firepower must be both plentiful and precise. Don't need you to be aggressive anymore. Japan declared war on British Malaya. Oh, interesting. Indonesia, but not the Philippines. But Japan is now at war with the Allies, which previously they were not. I guess they weren't guarding Hanoi. Oops. Let's make sure you're pinned there. Ah, they defended Haiphong. Up there. Didn't stand a chance attacking that. Looks like we're going to lose that position, which is not ideal. You know what? Let's not bother with this northern front. Let's just go with the south. Bulgarian reintegration campaign in the Balkans. How actually is Japan's navy doing? Still quite strong. Yes, I will take all of these as long as it's not turned loose. I will accept. Strong guns. Interesting. Let's make more of those. And you said I was also a little short on tanks. Let's make some more of those. Steel. It is a steel. I'm getting short on coal. But hey, at least I'm researching coal efficiency, so in 50 days that's going to be less of a problem. Artillery reign supreme. So does that count as a research buff for these? Find out. Meanwhile, thunder at the gates. I think we should get that. Artillery combat width is reduced. Does that include rocket artillery or motorized artillery? I doubt it. There are fortresses that ordinary guns cannot break, and attacks that must be announced with overwhelming force. Heavy artillery, siege guns, and railway pieces will give the Republic of Thailand the power to bash down the gates of any enemy who mistakes our strength for weakness. Fortunately, we are going to be crossing a river to attack Haiphong. But it looks like we're going to take this. And that's crossing a river too, but that's with 4 tank divisions. And yeah, they cannot pierce my arm. So that's nice. Political power. Give me limited conscription. Pretty please, with a cherry on top. I would like all of you to support that attack, please. Green. I like green. If Haiphong falls, this pocket loses their port, which is why this is so important. Ski has been assassinated. Towed rocket artillery. Okay, moment of truth. Does that 50% include these? It did not. That's fine. What I do want to do, though, is research this. And towed artillery, towed rocket artillery. That's not motorized rocket artillery, though. I'm guessing because motorized rocket artillery is this. Yes, it is. Okay. We're not crossing any rivers anymore. There's Mech 2, so let's go ahead and upgrade to that. There goes my efficiency. It was nice knowing you. More concentrated industry, I guess. And we're going to need to buy in a ton more steel. The coal is 22 days away. But now that Japan has so many more targets in this area, I'm kind of not expecting them to go for me quite so aggressively anymore. So really what that means is I need to be getting a lot more guns. So that I can make the Royal Thai divisions. How much manpower do these use? 15k. 9k. Yeah, they're a lot more manpower efficient. So maybe I will say any further factories that you get, which you are still producing, use those on infantry divisions, and we'll use those in defense. You're ready to deploy. Deploy a division containing at least 1 battalion of anti-air, artillery, rocket artillery, and anti-tank supported by signals. Don't have any rocket artillery yet. Steel arteries. Supply hub construction speed, infrastructure construction speed, and supply consumption reduction. definitely take that. Pop, 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 pop. Boom. Okay, so Indochina has been secured, which is great. Now, I was kind of hoping that you guys would automatically assign yourselves to defensive locations, but you have not. So let's unassign you and then reassign you so that you do that. Fortunately, because I don't control Hanoi, I'm not going to be responsible for defending it. Extra hardness for mechanized, that sounds to me like a great idea. How much hardness do these divisions have now? 48. Sweet! Still short. That's fine. Pulverized coal-firing thingamablobbies. So coal is no longer so much of a problem. But I am going to go ahead and get the high-efficiency turbines as well for another 15% efficiency. Okay, so. Next thing, officers. Promote that guy. Cautious. And you're already getting quite a few skills, even though you don't have the armor commander. And preferably before you level up. I really need to switch this out for bold attack so that you get the actual upgrades that I want you to have. Alright, we tried. It didn't work. It's fine. So you're mostly a logistics guy. There's other commanders that I hired. Your logistics and attack. So I think Bunmi Bunang may actually be a better choice for this role. Though the supply consumption reduction for these definitely rather heavy units, yeah, is a good thing. Alright, so how much? You have two. You have two. Oh, we got a free big gun. Sweet. So we actually have 5 divisions available right now. No, let's put you in charge of that. Put you under there. Let's give you to him. And then let's assign you to the Chinese front and see what we can do to help. So you guys really are the defensive units right now. So I need 6. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So yes. Although this place has literally never been attacked, so I'm going to take a risk and say that does not need guarding. And do we have railways connecting all of this stuff now? We do. Good. However, there is no railway connecting these. So let's go ahead and build that up. Especially if I want my railway artillery over there. Which I do. I think I'm going to go ahead and just deploy these 3. They can learn on the job. How much mechanized do I need for the next mechanized slot? 560 now, as we have more mechanized units in the field than we did previously. You know what I could do? Now I just need to listen out for the... Because that'll probably happen. Yes, I will take a look at your headquarters at this point. So what do I want you to do? I definitely want you to have the logistics. I'll probably want you to have the signals. And that's all you can afford right now, that's fine. And then, yeah, you go ahead and deploy. Steel arteries is done. I guess, because we're fighting in the mountains, we might as well take mountain tanks now. Rugged hills and mountain passes cannot simply be left to infantry alone. By pursuing compact armoured vehicles suited for broken terrain, we may give our armies the means to bring protected firepower to regions where ordinary tanks would fail. Hey, Glenus. Happy partner anniversary. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to let you guys get your planning prep up, and then we will push ahead with this planned offensive. We have the manpower required for you. I'm guessing it's just guns that we're short now. But once that efficiency's gone up, shouldn't be that much of a problem. Don't think I need this many tanks anymore. Can't really see myself adding another tank battalion. Oh, you just can't get over here, I guess. That's fine. Okay, go! Let the offensive commence! Wait, why can't the railway gun get here? Oh, because this is not actually connected to that yet. Okay. I guess that's a problem. Bunmi Benang was wounded. Dude! You've only just taken the field. Do you still gain experience if you're wounded? Not sure. Oh, I can't move the third. Do I want to do Hoi 4 multiplayer? Oh, thank you. So I'll allow all those. TFB? What is TFB? TFR I know is the Fire Rises. Looks like we're actually getting across the river. Guangzhou may actually fall. Oh, there. Mountain tanks are done. Okay. Ask for the release of American commodities. American stores, machinery and goods may provide the breathing room for our nation needs. Through careful diplomacy, we can request the release of such commodities, easing shortages and strengthening the material basis of the war effort. How long until that penalty? About 1st of June. 6 months. Considering I'm crossing a whole bunch of rivers here. Yes, you are still gaining experience despite being winded. Okay, good to know. That is not a lot of fuel left. We should probably buy some more. And also steel. There goes Guangzhou. So now the railway gun? Why are you sailing? No, do not frickin' sail there. Oh, you? Are you stuck, engine? Oh, did you sail there, you moron? Yeah, you totally did. Now I see what the problem is. Sailed again. Well, this is not red, so it's not currently Japanese. So you got away with it, you lucky sod. Just don't do that again. Light tanks, breakthrough organization, max speed. Nice. That should help the organization. Yeah, we're up to 33 now. Fuel refining is done. We're going to need more of that. Considering our fuel situation is still not ideal. But our tank division is definitely showing their capabilities. It's only taken us until 1942, but yesterday it took until 43. But at that point we had 24 divisions of these guys. What's the tank template anyway? Anti-armor, anti-infantry guns? No. Tank template. Might actually be a bit out of date. Should probably upgrade them to advanced. This. Max speed could actually be reduced even further. Reliability is not great. 15 soft attack, 5 hard attack, 20 piercing, 80 hardness, 21 armor, 12 breakthrough, 2.4 defense, 14 engine, 0 armor, Christie's suspension for the speed, riveted armor because they only cost 6, gas engine, gasoline engine for even more speed, the smallest one-man turret that I could get, or the smallest non-superstructure turret for the breakthrough, autocannon for the soft attack, radio, and then wet ammo storage for reliability, because reliability will struggle. Speaking of which, I should probably get the 1941 light tanks. Cool. Shanzhu's going to fall soon. Four days of fuel. I definitely need more fuel. Tax. Keep going. Okay, American commodities. Singapore reinforcements. 27,000 manpower. That's not to be sniffed at. The other thing we probably want to do is get down here to commercial civilian ships. In fact, I think I might do that now. Let's get the Royal Thai Navy. The defence of the Republic of Thailand does not end at the shoreline. Our coasts, rivers, and maritime trade demand a fleet worthy of the kingdom. By strengthening the Royal Thai Navy, we shall ensure that Siam remains master of its own waters. We also have a factory, which I think we're going to put onto rocket artillery. We'll cancel the artillery. Drop you down to 3. Because we're going to want these to replace the motorized artillery that we have at the moment. These guys are actually getting their kit now, which is good. Political power is ready to go up to extensive conscription. So now my construction speed is taking a bit of a hit. We're up to 86 factories, so I think I'm okay with this. 94 in total. Yeah, we have a lot of factories. Nice surround. Ooh, medium tanks. We apparently trounce medium tanks. We deal 100% damage to them. They might be short on tanks. That probably wasn't actually a division with any tanks in it. Did that work? Yeah. No, it did. Okay, next person to buy fuel from, I guess, will be the Soviet Union. So I'll do that. I'm just going to buy a bunch just to try and let my reserves recover a bit more. Yemen, meanwhile, has fallen. How is that looking in terms of railways? Not great. So let's have you connect to that. I'm down to just 7 factories, but that's fine. I'm being very inefficient with my purchases right now. I'm buying 120 steel and 80 fuel, 24 coal. But these two are being researched, so I'm doing what I can about that particular problem. There's a bunch of Japanese tanks here. I'm still ripping them to shreds. One unit still in training. I, at this point, have more than enough manpower, so I'm not concerned about that. Another mastery gained. How are the masteries looking? 1 in each, with artillery and combat support going the highest. Okay. Can also do some more of these. Motorization drive. Mechanized experience gained from combat could be nice. Light tank production cost minus 10%. I wish I'd seen that earlier. Okay, let's do that one. I want that one. Motorized rocket artillery breakthrough and defense. I probably want that one too. $2,000 trucks short, but that deficit should be slowly but surely going down as we switch out more and more of these for mechanized, which I will continue to do. We're close enough. Although at some point we probably will need to start producing motorized again. Although at the moment their combat strength is still looking pretty good. Focus on commercial civilian ships, more civilian factories, and then, most importantly, 5% more factory output, although we do lose 25% dockyard output, which kind of sucks. Not every keel laid must be intended for battle. Merchantmen, transports, and other civilian vessels form the circulatory system of the national economy. By fostering commercial shipbuilding, the Republic of Thailand strengthens both prosperity and wartime resilience. And we have some more research, which I think I might start putting on excavation. Territory we're using. There's a couple of you not deploying because of lack of supply. Ireland has joined the Allies. Very nice. The invasion of the Philippines has begun. Ah, that means they're at war with the USA now. Whoa! Germany's doing quite well against the Soviets. That's not ideal. Hey, at least the Japanese shouldn't be much of a factor. You're almost ready for deployment, that's good. You guys are gaining some nice experience as well. And all of our masteries should be absolutely blitzing ahead at the moment. And that strength of these guys. They are definitely taking some hits. Zhao is also not connected to the railway network. In a useful way. I think I actually kind of maybe want to be building some more civilian factories. Let's do that. Soviet Union declared war on Iran. Sure, that's a brilliant idea. More excavation. So I shouldn't be needing as much coal. Nope, I'm still needing to import 24 coal. Alright. Big attack of Fuzhou going on. Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran. Oh, that's a tank division, losing that much strength. Ouch! One of theirs, not mine. Alright, fuel has been pretty much recharged, so I think we can drop the amount of that we're buying. Kind of looks like again Fuzhou does not have a railway connection. So let's do this. Cavalry recon detachment, reconnaissance 25%, line artillery, soft attack and defense. There's the advanced light tank, so we should probably go ahead and design that. And at this point, I think we can probably go for the more expensive models. Let's go for that extra breakthrough. I think we continue with the automatic cannon. That's served us quite well. Christie suspension, riveted armor, gasoline engine, radio. Probably want to upgrade that. Wet storage. I don't think we really need the sloped armor. These things are already going at 10 kilometers per hour with no upgrades. What we could actually do is just remove that. Ten kilometers per hour, 35 armor. No, I don't really see the point in sloped armor. I don't want to pay the extra. So our reliability is just at the base of 108. Though I think what I am going to do is boost the armor up. And then the engine to counteract. So we have 48 armor on a light tank. 90% reliability. Production cost of 5. Which is slightly more than an artillery. It's half the price of a motorized rocket artillery. Wow, they're expensive. Oh no, I guess it's this plus this for motorized artillery. Yeah, okay. I mean, with this, we could add the sloped armor to go up to 59 armor. Not worth the price. I'll do. Okay, let's start making those tanks. Type 98, off we go. Those are blades for entrenchment. We don't do much entrenchment. More armor? No, I think we probably want more damage. Yeah, let's go for the soft attack and hard attack. We have 1,000 guns now, so I think we can dramatically reduce the number of those we're producing and go for some more. Rocket artillery instead. Do I really need advanced engines? I'm not convinced that I do. Resources are my biggest problem at the moment, so let's get more of those. This is the new mountain tanks that they've introduced. They're built into the side of a mountain. Iran joined Axis. I'm sure that will last. Advanced engine would mean less pips into the engine buffs and less of a reliability hit. Reliability isn't that much of a problem though, it's still like 90 something? Which is super high. No longer get the effects of the public credit debt repayment. Boom! We have factories again. Okay, I did not need to build more ships. I'd forgotten that we were on 50% consumer goods. Moscow Armistice signed. So that's the Finns out. Right in the outskirts of Moscow, but Moscow itself has not fallen. Yet, anyway. And we're now into the mountains, but unfortunately for them, these are mountain tanks. We do have engineers. We actually move faster in the mountains. Oh, that's hilarious. Only a -2% attack and a 10% movement buff. So how many... motorized rocket artillery do I need? Oh, I need 222 per unit. Okay. Is mostly breakthrough. Well, increases fuel capacity. Well, I guess they're also going to be consuming more fuel. Yes. They don't have a huge increase in soft attack. Ah, I know why. It's because we haven't done that much research on rocket artillery yet. They will eventually overtake, but you do need the investment. Bangkok Dock Company. Consumer goods -10. Research speed or stability. Recruitable population plus 0.6. Oh, war support. Interesting. Private capital may accomplish what state management performs too slowly. By selling Bangkok Dock Company into capable hands, we may attract investment, stimulate efficiency, and redirect public funds towards more pressing military needs. Which will probably be consumer goods. Although research speed would also be nice, because we are still having to research a lot of different things. 99 factories. Meanwhile, we have inflicted the second most number of casualties against the Japanese after China. Not bad going. That last unit is now deployed. But we are suffering shortages in just about everything. Oh shit. Soviets have stopped selling me nearly as much steel. Alright then, Sweden. I'll buy from you. see the problem. Up here to go after Beijing might actually be a better use of your talents. Rather than slogging through mountains where attrition is a problem. If you manage to take Wenzhou, then supply will be far less of an issue here. Also, you are now back from being injured, so that's good. And you've got Panzer Expert, so I think I'm going to take Combined Arms Expert now. Motorized Mechanized Defense. Seems reasonable to me, take less damage. More reliability. What we want. Is close enough. We do not need that many. And we do in fact still need to produce artillery because you have support artillery, right? No, you don't. Ah, but you have fuel guns. So yes, I think one thing producing artillery will be enough. Philippines have capitulated for Manila. That is unfortunate. Pull you guys back. You need to recover your strength a bit. Let's go to Guangzhou. I think I might need to be producing troops again. Research speed, stability. 15 stability is a lot of stability, and more stability means production efficiency. I think that might actually be more useful. Stability will also result in more consumer goods production. So let's use the windfall to reassure the nation. The sale of the Bangkok Dock Company has been completed, and the proceeds now sit in the Treasury. The government must decide where these funds are best directed, whether to ease the financial burden on ordinary citizens, to accelerate the nation's technical ambitions, or shore up confidence in the country's future. Power the Coast Guard, gives us more manpower. Manpower is not a huge issue at the moment, though. Ah, now we can do modern economy. This would be the time to do it. The old agrarian order does not disappear in a day, but it can no longer define the future of the Republic of Thailand. With banks, schools, factories, and infrastructure now taking shape, we are beginning to build an economy worthy of an independent modern nation. And I'm sure on goal again. I'm running out of people I can buy from without using convoys. There's a couple of places that we could do with upgrading in our newly conquered territory. Speaking of which, actually, yeah, you guys probably can just do civilian oversight now. Your compliance is risen quite a bit. Should be easing a burden. We also have loads of fuel at this point, so we can probably reduce the amount of that we're buying. And we have civilian factories. Okay, so what are we truly short on? I'm just going to build some trucks. Yes. Let's get, say, 2 of those. And here we want to save. I think we go for the breakthrough. Happy partner anniversary, thank you. We're only about 1k light tanks in the hole with only 3 factories on track. Tank production. Not really that low. Oh shoot, we are. Netherlands has capitulated. Again. Yeah, okay. We do need more of those. Well, we're definitely not going to need that many more rocket artillery, so let's go ahead and just plant those on tank production. Then don't need to buy any more tungsten, we buy a little bit more steel. Let's go for the 2. With at least 400 experience, they would gain armor officer. What are you actually doing in terms of experience? You've almost got organizer. How are you doing on organizer? 20%. Getting there, slowly but surely. You lot should probably train again, as you're recovering some previously lost strength. Is the railway over here not complete? No, it is. Ah! But it's not complete over here. So, complete that. It is in fact also not complete over here. Because it's an enemy territory. Never mind. Not going to complete it over there. Not my responsibility. Let's drop the amount of fuel that we're buying, because we should be improving efficiency. Nope, that did cost. With our 14 divisions in training. Alright, infantry equipment is now back in the positive, so let's go down to 2. And modern economy was done. So this is where our economy is going to absolutely fly off. We can get some more war support. Ah, consumer goods and construction speed. Let's do that. The royal family holds vast tracts of land that are now under our control. These estates could significantly bolster our coffers, and portions can be sold at favourable prices to select officers to secure their loyalty. Let's do that. Tank production with the new advanced tanks, I'm actually expecting to catch up pretty darn quickly. Support equipment being short is a little concerning, so let's get back to 2 on you. Then after this, I think we just put everything back onto mechanized. Ah, we can afford this as well. So quick improvisation, planning speed, command power gain, command abilities cost reduction. This one is motorized rocket artillery, breakthrough and defense buff, maneuver warfare, division speed and coordination. Okay, that's huge. Recon, speed, org loss. I think I'll go coordination, because that means you target the same character, the same target. Chinese Soviet Republic is justifying against us. Interesting. Is that the continuation of the Chinese Civil War then? Feels a bit early for that. Also, we have political power again, so I think what we can do is propaganda. Defend our land! It's a monster. And radio propaganda as well. Exclamation 1. Keep going. We have a lot of efficiency to catch up on. I guess because we did just do a bunch of upgrades in terms of equipment, so it kind of makes sense actually that we slipped behind in terms of our productivity. I think I like the idea of attacking over here. Maybe here. Go here, take Yantai, Tsingtao, Donghai. It's all much flatter as well. I think I'm going to wait until you're fully trained, and then we'll do that. Also, you can have your final piece. Recon and terrain experience gain. I think is a nice one for the recon staff. Let's grab that. We could... Oh no, I was going to wait until one of you had the 400 experience required for the armor officer. Ooh. Let's try and fray before they're pushed too far out. Let's get ready! How's the USA doing? I mean, they lost the Philippines, although they are fighting back. The real question is, how is their navy doing? Okay, the Japanese navy is very nearly dead, so I'd say they're probably doing quite well. Irredentalism gives me another 5 war support, which would be nice. It is not enough to secure the military support for a future war. We must also win the backing of the population at large. Through poems, films, and speeches, we will prepare the Republic of Thailand for a reckoning with the imperialist powers that stole the historical lands. And... more fuel refining? You should not be training it. Excavation 2. Weapons 3. Let's get that going. And I need coal again. This time we will buy from Shangzi. Fall of Rome. Ho ho. Little invasion going on there. War against Vichy is still raging though. Fall of Moscow. That's not quite so good. Looks like the Allies are trying to do a couple of little invasions here and there. Let's go ahead and do a staff office plan so you get your planning prep done a bit quicker. And then I think I'm just going to punch across this river and see where we can get. Fortunately, I'm not an engineer, so I don't get the river crossing buffs. Excavation 3. Let's get the support weapons 4. I think we'll cross in 2 locations though, that's going to be quite nice. No, the attack failed. This one though surely is going to succeed. Motorized military police, motorized mechanized infantry battalion, suppression, armed car. Doesn't help me so much. Especially because suppression's not so much of a problem for me at the moment. Points gain's quite nice. Let's go take the war bonds. Get even more industry going. You attack this. You supporting. Really? That doesn't kill it. Huh. Lack of supply is kind of brutal. Let's take Jinan for that. Well, let's see if we can take Yantai then. Which I'm fairly sure we'll be able to. Although fuel is out, which is why we're moving so slowly. But not because of fuel shortages. We have enough mechanized to upgrade the mechanized units again. Which also frees up a bunch of trucks. Their infantry is moving faster than I am. It's embarrassing. However, once we take Yantai, we should start getting supply in all of these areas. Although that's going to have to arrive by sea. No. Yan'an has the freaking railway. Hey, Zatalia, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. You did beat me to it, damn it. What country should you play as? You're about to load up the game. I don't know. What do you fancy doing? I would say Australia, Philippines, or Belgium. For no particular reason. Aha! You finally got your level 4, so we can get armor specialist or something. This is mechanized and motorized attack and defense. I think that combined arm specialist is probably just going to be the more useful. And then we are immediately going to hire you as the combined arms specialist. And in fact, you know what? There is somebody else we should hire. That is the army logistics for the attrition reduction. Should have got him a while ago. War fervor we definitely do not want to have. Let's get the fledgling tobacco industry. Tobacco remains a minor trade, scattered and poorly organised. With modest production and careful investment, this small crop can become a dependable source of excise revenue, rural income and factory work. So I think what I'm going to do is reduce your front line. Supply is rolling in over here, and in fact the Japanese Navy is so small that maybe we can get supplied. I'm also going to say ignore that bit. Japan can do, or China can do with that. Alright. Are we ready? No, because you're still moving. Ooh, we have so many mechanized coming in at the moment that I think we can go for another mechanized unit there. Alright, go. Why are you supporting here? Damn it! Getting distracted, guys. This is the battle that matters. Unfortunately, these guys are really well entrenched and they have their superiority. Looks like we're going to punch in here. Bun Mi was wounded again. Can you stop getting shot? You are on the front line, but you're not in direct line of fire. Do you have a field hospital unit? That might be why you keep getting shot. You do not. That's a lot of manpower we have now. Right, next big attack is going on Tsingtao. All infantry, motorized and mechanized, gain organization and speed. That's a really nice one to get. Especially the organization, because my divisions now have org of 38. Nice, it's gone up to 30 from various recent upgrades. Tsingtao has fallen, that's a big deal, because now their supply is going to get that much harder. But Jinnan's kind of the linchpin here. And it's proving to be tough. Although if we take this, we can hit them from most directions. Yeah, one of these days we do want to look at mines again. No current plans to do so though. It's something we do come back to every now and then. Right, I should probably do the land war in Asia. The war will not be won by declarations alone. Siamese soldiers must march, fight and endure across the difficult terrain of Asia. Our commitment to the United Front must be measured in action. I'm also going to change your order to being just roll off this line. Because then, yeah, you attack here. And the more that we isolate Jinnan, the more pressure we can bring to bear on it. More hardness for all of the things that we are using. Yes, please. We are now at 60% hardness. Hell yeah. That suggests to me that we are short on trains. Can I perchance purchase those trains? Yes. Yeah, anyone else? Only Swiss trains are available for purchase right now. Oh, we also have Greek-Brazilian trains and then actual Greek trains. And that is it. So maybe I do need to put a factory in train production. We'll do just one. Support weapons 4. It's going to increase the defense of all of our units, which is nice. Now it's time for the construction and production and industry. You know what I haven't done for a while? Research techs. 3 days and 16 days, I'll check those. I suspect I'm probably a little behind. Sense no bias in that statement. Absolutely none! Do I have any CAS? I don't even know what a plane is. What was I saying? Oh no. I mean, yes, we're behind, but not by as much as I thought we might be. Here we go. Now we're putting some pressure on Yan'an. Look at their power. Ouch! But it's not enough. Now I can bring my railway gun in up to bear. That was an important fight. Ooh, we've cut them off. Nice. because now railways can supply all of this. I do have AA intelligence, right? Yes. No, but a shitty AA, it's only level 1. Yeah, I need to research better ones. I'll do that once this infantry equipment's done. Meanwhile, we have prepared for a land war in Asia. So the more moderate option gives me one of each factory types and a lot of manpower. The yellow dossier drops my stability a little bit, but increases production efficiency cap and base, which would be really nice, and goes even further. Yep, the Forged Radical Draft has done its work. Now the true yellow dossier can be implemented. Measured reform, economic modernization, and political safeguards designed to break military dominance without handing the nation to chaos. Chaos! Chaos is strong! Infantry level 3. I was gonna research something. And make tier 3 guns. Lovely. Sindrin! Never fight a land war in Asia, and never go against a Sicilian when death is on the line! I get that reference. Princess Bride. Very good book, very good film. Can recommend. You have another month of being wounded. Almost become an organizer, which will be nice because it will reduce the supply usage. I think. Is that what organizer does? No, it's planning speed. Logistics wizard reduces supply consumption. Now we're pushing forwards a little bit better. This is open ground through which my units can just go marauding. Why do I need that many trains? Good grief. Guess it's because we're supplying all the way from down there, coming all the way up here. Yeah, that's exactly why. Why? Why from Hengsha? Oh, because there's no rail connection here. Let's do that. Might need to upgrade it though. Forward observer vehicles, armoured signal companies. We don't have those. Getting decent masteries in all of the different categories though. Now I'd very much like for you to put some pressure on the engineer. Just keep that offensive going. There you go. One very strong power unit. Loads of soft attack. Unfortunately, I have a crazy amount of hardness, so you're not really going to hurt me. Is that actually represented anywhere? No. They brought in another unit. Not nearly as strong. But we are trying to get some river crossings here. Which are never that easy. Also, we have 15 days of fuel left, so we should probably buy some. Soviets. He is no longer wounded, and we do now have Organizer, which is good. Still got a decent amount of planning preparation. How are the supplies coming along here? We are still short in a number of different categories. Okay, motorized rocket artillery has been switched out everywhere. So I definitely don't need to be producing as many of those anymore. Probably do with 2, maybe 3. That is a significant coal shortage. What the hell happened here? I have a feeling the Soviets are collapsing. I really don't use convoys. Well, actually, the Japanese Navy is basically dead. Right? Right? Ish. I actually managed to push down there. So let's say don't send any convoys there. There. Just don't do anything in this area. Is that the Grossi? That is the Grossi. Support artillery, supply usage down, infantry guns and rocket battery, soft attack up. Does that include these guys? 43, I think it does. Speaking of which, we should probably do this. 15% more soft attack. Though, yes, I know I need to do the other upgrade over there as well, which was AA. I think you do need one more. They've really bolstered the defences here. Can you just kill that tank unit, please? Chilean Axe proactive defense. It's done. And I'm going to say, don't worry about defending or attacking here too hard. We're going to be focusing entirely on the Nanjing bit. We do have supply here, so this shouldn't be that much of an issue. Let's stop you attacking. Let you reposition yourselves, and then we'll attack again. Right, I also wanted to get the logistics guy. Let's get you. There's the yellow dossier. Let's expand upon the dossier. The yellow dossier was written for a fragile moment. That moment has passed. With the military clique defeated, we can go further. Deeper land reports, stronger labour protections, and a state capable of reshaping Siam from the ground up. That is a lot of economic upgrades. Production efficiency cap is 900. Sweet. That's being successful, but that's trying to cross the sodding river. This is... The Royal Force is still active, but not nearly as active as it was previously. The Siege of Nanjing is indeed a big thing this time around. Nice. Yes, I would very much like more cap and growth, please. Because we're a long way away from the supply hubs. Here are the closest. Doing almost no damage to the defenders in Nanjing. We're also not taking a huge amount of damage. But we need to be doing more damage to the organisation to actually stand a hope of pushing them away. So I think what maybe we want to do is go after Wenju, Ningbao, Hangzhou, and then maybe try to attack them from the south. So I guess we'll try that. Spread you out along this front. Try this. Artillery enthusiast. Cheaper artillery, more artillery attack. I don't think that's what we need though. Special forces, no. Yeah, none of those really do any good for us. We have loads of manpower at this point. I mean, we could potentially actually go back to limited conscription. But we probably shouldn't. What do we have here? Motorized rocket artillery, more soft attack, though it is more expensive. I think that actually sounds really good to me. Let's make them have bigger boomsticks. You guys are now working purely on infrastructure. Once you've done that, put some civs there. And worker conditions. Probably do another war bond. Alright, our units are in place. Before their supplies run out, let's just do an attack, see what we can gain. Speed as armor, light attack, light tank breakthrough and max speed. Mechanized breakthrough and max speed. I mean, that's going to be really helpful for us. That's our two main units right there. Another 15% soft attack, don't mind if I do. It's now 350. How are we doing on mechanized? Oh, shoot, I've loads. We should probably upgrade all of these to mechanized in that case. Here we are. Save. So with this done, we have now fully mechanized our entire force, so I don't think we need nearly as much of this. I think what we can basically do is start expanding out our production a bit. To just build more divisions. Wow, we are buying a lot of steel from the Swedes. I need to buy some more fuel too. It does mean we're down to just 8 factories building stuff. Expand upon the dossier is done. So we now have 111% production efficiency cap. So our industry is absolutely blazing along, which is awesome. National focus. End the military grift. So for a year and a bit, we lose military factory construction speed, but we gain civilian factory. Lose war support, gain stability. I don't think I really want any of those things. Redirected military funds. Infrastructure. And civilian factory construction speed for a year. You know what? That is exactly what we're doing at the moment. We're not building any military. So you know what? Let's do that. Could probably have done with doing that a lot earlier than we actually have, but it's fine. We are slowly pushing them here on the southern front, actually. Squeezing them. Just outside of Guangzhou, so hopefully we can put some pressure on that and take it soon. Unfortunately, all of this is in the mountains, so it's not exactly easy going. 57% of the way towards Mountaineer. 37 towards Organizer. So our main man is no longer wounded, which is good. Okay, now we're putting some pressure on Guangzhou. I think as long as we keep on doing that, we stand a decent chance of taking this place, because we are definitely doing organisation damage here. Especially when they try to counterattack. Not a good idea. Not going to go well for you. Qizhou and Huzhou are going to fall. Arm attack, soft attack, hard attack, and breakthrough. Don't mind if I do. That sounds like it might be useful. Also, rocket artillery production efficiency cap and game. Sure. Because the other thing I was actually thinking about was, do I want to add another motorized rocket? And maybe another mechanized to go up to 35 combat width. That's 66 more soft attack. That is a lot of soft attack. Do it. Royal Police, right as well. Non-core manpower, resistance target, counterintelligence. And if a civil war should break out, we'll get some free units. Not that that really matters anymore. Better radio. Yeah, we definitely want better radio, actually. Should have done that a while ago. And you've leveled up to level 5. Good. I'm actually going to change your current orders. I want you to focus. So I want you to keep on putting pressure on Guangzhou. So if I just manually grab all of you lot since this battle finishes. It doesn't go well. Line artillery, recovery rate of breakthrough. Plus 10 org. Oh, that's the big one. Masteries continue to grow. Happy partner anniversary, thank you. Bethazar Boris has died. We've got rocket artillery too. Advanced rocket artillery. Soft attack plus 30% for the motorized rocket artillery. Yes, please. And give 55 soft attack each now. We have 400 soft attack. Like, come on, these units should be just collapsing. But I think that our supply issues are so bad. What if we just spread you out a bit more? These little pockets proving extremely resilient. Annoyingly so. What are we sure? Rocket artillery, mechanized support equipment. I could probably do something about that. Well, police is done. I'm getting too much coal at the moment. And not nearly enough aluminium. Buy that from the Swiss. That comes a long way. Yeah, how are the Soviets doing? Struggling, but Leningrad and Stalingrad are still in their hands. And they're not fighting in the Urals yet, so I think that's going alright. I think it's probably time for the brewery. Please. Our domestic brewing industry is more than a matter of consumption. Enterprises such as the Boon Raud show that the Siamese capital, machinery and management can create a modern industry on Siamese soil. Sounds good. Okay, you lot ready for another go? Let's go. Jumping across the river here would be a big deal. Strike first operations, motorized mechanized infantry plus 20 organization. Infantry guns plus 15 soft attack. That's a huge one for us. We're up to 47 organization now. 450 soft attack. And we can actually get some specialists. Those two for defensive units. Yeah, it's a big boost to breakthrough and defense. You know what? Let's do that. 46 organization on a tank division is crazy strong. And yet we still can't push. It's because there are no supply hubs. Well, that's not true. There's one here. We're not in dreadful supply. It's low, sure, but it's not completely dead. And where we attack, they're... Ooh. I was going to say, we took Hangzhou, this cut in half. That would have been a big deal. %75 Trickster, Mountaineer 70. The crazy thing is, they're actually trying to counterattack us in a few places. Which surely can't be a good idea, because they can't be having that much equipment. Other nations have already built the ministries, schools and technical services that we now require. By spending promising officials abroad, we can import administrative experience without importing foreign rule. I'm guessing they dominate the air. I mean, they have air superiority, but I wouldn't say they're dominating it. And I do have AA in all of my divisions. Not great AA. Again, I need to upgrade it. Squeezing. Slowly but surely squeezing. Actually, if we take this, that's another adjacency to Nanjing. Can we take Nanjing? I think we did. Ah, we've taken Wenjiao though. That's a really big deal. That should allow us to push all the way up to Ningbo now. Hangzhou may also fall. British attacker Mersal Kabir. 1943, Britain. I don't think they're that much of a threat anymore. Maybe. There's the advanced rocket artillery, so our divisions now have a 500 soft attack, with each of these alone being 79. Oh, I'm actually short on infantry equipment. Is there anything that I'm building a huge surplus of? Yes, tanks. The armour is only 27, it's not that high, but the hardness is good. We could potentially do this. So the armour doesn't go up that much. It doesn't really seem worthwhile. AA. Let's get that going. Looks like the Chinese are going to take Hangzhou. If they do that, then supply here becomes so much simpler. There we go. Yeah, like I said, I think that Ningbo we can collapse pretty easily. Where is your railway coming? Because I have a feeling you don't have one, so let's build one. As a matter of priority. Oh man, look at that soft attack. That hit 700 there for a second, I saw it. Light Armoured Recon Company, Armoured Recon I do have, soft attack and organisation. Motorised heavy, no we're not motorised. Nice. Concentrated industry. More fuel refining, although at the moment I think we're doing okay on that front. We do still have infantry guns, so we probably do want to continue upgrading the artillery. We're going to be sending our people to the UK. Sending them to Japan right now seems like it would be a bad idea. A modern economy requires a currency that merchants trust and investors accept. Stabilising the baht will reduce uncertainty in trade and give the Republic of Thailand firmer footing in the international market. Why don't we just send you guys to attack Ningbo? Because we just need to erode their fighting strength. Yeah, okay. With the amount of soft attack we do, their organisation should just disappear. Which it is. Lovely. And there goes Ningbo. I feel like I've lost some divisions. Have I? I'm going further and further behind in rocket. Cool. Big shortage in coal. So I'll buy from Chongzi. Now we're putting some pressure on. Because we can attack from more angles, the combat width here is higher, so I can get more of my divisions in the fight at any time. And their damage output is just so hilariously strong. Although I have to give it to them, the reorganized government in Japan is putting up a hell of a fight here. And also on the outskirts of Shanghai and Suzhou. Hangzhou is now connected by rail, so we should be getting lots of supplies. Why do you keep sailing like a moron? Like, did you seriously just sail from Ningbo to Hangzhou, even though there's a railway here? No wonder you lose so many railway guns. I think we might finally be winning Nanjing. Their air force is also gone. Probably because they have no air bases. Division's putting on a brave fight. They must be pretty robbed of equipment by now. There it is, Nanjing's fallen. That's a big deal. I think we'll tie this to pound sterling to get some more civilian factory construction speed, consumer goods reduction and supply hub construction speed. We might be basically done with this focus tree. We're going to yield the air war to get some more support anti-air buffs. We cannot hope to challenge the great powers in the skies on equal terms. Rather than squander precious resources in a contest we are unlikely to win, we'll strengthen our anti-air defences and deny enemy aircraft the freedom to strike our men in the cities without cost. And we will continue to upgrade our AA, and we will upgrade that AA. We're not currently building any. That's because we have a huge shortage of steel. Australia, who can pick up the difference. Organisation when below 25%, climbing speed, and we gain overwhelming fire. Do the last one. Signal companies gain 10% soft attack for artillery support and line. Which 87? I don't know if that affected these. Fallen? Liberated, surely? Yes, true. Liberated. There's improved radio, so we should probably upgrade our tank radios. And probably automatic cannons too. Yes, definitely. Kilometers per hour, we're going up to 56 armor, and price is going up slightly. Seems like a reasonable change. Xinjiao's going to fall, that's going to fall. Shanghai fell! Reorganized National Government of China has fallen, giving me one plane! Government's contested. I would rather have political power and stability, please. Thank you. really wasn't expecting Shanghai to fall so easily. Cool. You guys apparently don't have an order. No, you do. Oh my gosh. That was brutal. And there's a lot of people stuck in this pocket. Oh, Shuzhou is not a port? No, it's not. It is a supply hub, but not a port. Unlike Shanghai, so they can't escape. These guys are stuck here. This is going to be so painful. 200 combat with battle. That's a lot of motorized rocket artillery firing into this. Advanced artillery, sure. And then we have a choice between... Oh no, it's not a choice. We can do both. Let's get the breakthrough first of all. Less damage taken on the offensive, sounds good to me. And now those helmets are starting to ping off. Ping, 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 pop, pop, pop. 2, 1, gone. $780,000 casualties inflicted. And now we can focus up here. We have taken Beijing. You guys are not having supply issues. You lot are having horrendous supply issues. So let's not go up there. Let's instead do this and just try to collapse in here. But anyway, this is almost 6 o'clock and I've already been going for nearly 6 hours, so I think I'm going to call this one right here. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button. I think that this game is basically done. It's January 44. Japan is basically out of China. Soviets are still a problem, but I do think that they are starting to lose ground. In fact, the Germany losing ground. They definitely are, because Italy has fallen, France is being liberated, so the Allies are coming. D-Day hasn't happened, but Operation Dragoon has been a big success. And yeah, when this is this shaped, that's usually a bad thing for the Germans. It's only a matter of time before we kick them out here, so I'm going to call this one good. I didn't have nearly as many divisions in this fight as I did last time, yesterday. But I do feel like these divisions are actually even stronger than what I had. Well, they are definitely stronger because they're mechanized. So mechanized, rocket, artillery, light tank, Siamese units. Yeah, I like them. They've been good. Hang on. Are you slow? What's slowing me down to 8.7 kilometers? Oh, nothing. That's the terrain penalties. No, it's not. It's not you. Is it the motorized? Ah, I'm going to create a new one. No, let me create new. Thank you. Mechanized 11, 12, 6, 10, 12. Maybe it's one of the support companies? Oh, it might be the defensive guys. No, it's the recon scouts. Yeah, it is. Huh. Maybe because they're using the old tanks still? No, these are Type 98s. Max speed 9.1. That shouldn't be slowing them. 8.7. So it is going at the slowest speed of the weekly production. Wait. Max speed 10. Max speed 8.7. What the hell? I don't know which to believe. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future, just like Hollisimo just did. Or Hollisimo. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Next weekend is another weekend. I'll probably be streaming then. I don't think there's anything going on in the meantime. So if you would like to see some more Hearts of Iron goodness, then I would say that there is a higher than average chance of my streaming next weekend. I'm just double checking when that is. Weekend is the 27th. Yeah, nothing booked. So yeah, next Saturday, Sunday, we should be playing some more games. I hope you join me for those. In the meantime, hit that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, then do consider subscribing. It really does help the channel out. If you want to support the channel even more bigly, then you can consider subscribing over on Twitch, or you can check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. I do have a YouTube, youtube.com/MordredViking, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can find us also on Twitch at twitch.tv/MordredViking. Just gonna go out and see who else is streaming. We'll go through them right, as we have had several people rating us as well. Is anyone doing Hearts of Iron? My guess is probably. More importantly, is anyone doing Heart of Iron as Australia? Not really. Huh. Okay, well in that case, who of my regular crew should we raid instead? Evil Snowball, one of the regulars of our channel, is currently streaming Factorio. So let's go raid Evil Snowball. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. Love to see the chat absolutely lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking raid just like this. Or if you are a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships just like this. Hey Desert Wolves. Bye Desert Wolves. I'll see you all next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next weekend. Bye!